Do I get like a countdown? Or am I just like thrusted into this? Okay. Hello everyone. I'm Lon. This is Shin Megami Tensei Persona. We're gonna get straight into it because there's gonna be plenty of time for talking while we wait for the game to start. So we're just gonna get straight into it. Timing starts when I select my difficulty, which is 3, 2, 1, go. So, Persona 1, huh? It's a remake of the PS1 original Revelations Persona, the very infamous PlayStation 1 classic. Featuring a more faithful localization, of course. If you know, you know, right? I'm hopefully gonna keep us busy for the next 6 hours. We're doing something that's a little different compared to what you've probably... If you've seen this run before, you're probably used to Sebeck, and you're probably thinking, what's SQQ? So we'll sort of lay the groundwork for what this run is. So there's 2 routes in this game. There's Sebeck and there's Snow Queen Quest, which is the SQQ in the title. We are basically going to be doing 2 runs for the price of 1 today. So we're going to be doing the true ending for both Sebeck and the Snow Queen's Quest. I've kind of jerry-rigged a very... kind of put the routes together. They're not too different, but I've had to like reposition some things around, so fingers crossed everything works, and fingers crossed everything goes well. For those of you that have seen this game before, you know this game can be something special. We're just going through the intro here, not much really happens. This is our cast of characters. You'll actually get to see, I believe, all of them. I do believe all but one do actually get played in this run in particular, because some of them are only or like optional, and some we only see in certain routes. So we're actually getting to see almost all the characters, which is actually quite, special, right? They're playing Persona, not including... or it's not related to Persona the video game. It's like one of those old, folk games or something, kind of like Bloody Mary or something like that. Similar sort of idea. Things kind of go a bit weird and we get zapped by lightning, and now we're being, transported to a different realm. So, you'll probably see, for most of the time I've run this game, you've probably seen me run this game. I run this game a lot. I kinda like it. Most of the time we focus on either just Sebeck, mainly Sebeck, and occasionally the Snow Queen's Quest. But today we decided, why not do something different and do both, right? Both of them have different-ish routes, but for the most part are not too different that we can't adapt them all into one run. Luckily for us, the game gives us a very obvious middle ground between the Sebeck route and the Snow Queen's Quest route, that we can use as our sort of point to bridge into either run. So we'll create a save point at that bridge, or at that split. so that we can do both runs. We don't have to go through this intro twice. I don't want to go through this intro twice. I did not plan to do the intro twice. So this is Philemon. He's kind of like Igor in the later games. He's like our sort of navigator through the world of Persona. Kind of fulfilling the role that Igor does in the later games. He gives us our power, and he sort of guides us occasionally throughout our journey. So, step 1, before we do any actual run, we have to do an RNG minute first. You might have noticed we started the game on a reset. You might have actually seen me reset the game. The game operates on RNG like everything does, right? And RNG is quite exploitable in this game, as it's almost sort of set in most circumstances. We don't really know why or how to influence it beyond of certain actions. We just know that actions do change things. I'm going to try and, lock in a little bit. I've been kind of having issues getting this done in practice, so... So the gist of it is that we take a very specific set of actions, and by doing this very specific set of actions, we should get the same outcome every single time. So we do this to set us up for the intro, and this mainly sets us up for the Sebeck route, but it also does help us a little bit for Snow Queen's quest. Not quite as much as it does for Sebeck, but we are doing Sebeck first in this run, simply because of this RNG minute. There's kind of no point in doing Sebeck second, especially if we want to try and keep it without having to go through the intro sequence again and trying to do it all in one save file. So we got zapped by some weird lightning, so our homeroom teacher basically tells us to go get checked out at the hospital, and while we're at the hospital, we're gonna go see our friend Maki. You're gonna see her later on in the game. Don't worry about her. She is actually very important, but I wouldn't worry too much about her right now. All you need to know is she's sick and has basically spent the last year in hospital. I can relate partially. I know how she feels. And she gets sick. Things happen. We have a little cutscene where weird things happen. So this RNG minute we're doing is going to set us up for Sebeck. It gets us some specific encounters and a specific item drop, being a Mabufu stone that we then use to basically steamroll through Sebeck. This could, in theory, work for the Snow Queen's quest, but the way we do the Snow Queen's quest is slightly different and can benefit from RNG manipulation, but the run, Snow Queen's quest makes use of the casino, which you'll see in a few hours. You'll see the casino. Unfortunately, the casino has a separate RNG setup that, as far as anyone is aware of, is basically impossible to manip, because the RNG seed is basically determined as you roll in the casino. There's no real way of influencing it. We've tried, and either we're too dumb to figure out how to manip the casino RNG, or we just cannot manip the casino RNG. There's, two ways of looking at it. So we are going to benefit from the RNG manip because we get a couple of extra free levels. We get some extra items that'll give us some more money for the casino. That makes our life just a tiny bit easier in the casino. But for the most part, it doesn't really have a benefit. So that was our awakening fight. We got our persona. Isn't that crazy? Right? Damn. And the rest of our party's got personas too. Unsurprisingly. So, unfortunately, we lost our Yamaoka, the butler, 07 for the butler. Now here's sort of where the meat and potatoes of this RNG manip comes from, right? So we should get very specific encounters in this hospital. I'll know what they are, so we know if it works or not. And ideally, if we get them all, then we're basically sorted for most of our negotiations and most of our few free level ups for the rest of the run. If not, I have a backup save somewhere, and we'll just use that. I've not cleaned out my save data in a while, so we might have to go and dig for it, but I assure you there is a backup save somewhere. So, let's see. So the first couple of encounters are seemingly like the easiest ones to pick up in the manip. Once it's this next encounter that sort of determines whether or not we actually hit the manip or not. Which I think we did. Yeah, we did hit that one because the actual encounters we get and the tile we get them on and the specific encounters itself are pretty much all predetermined. So in this exact spot we get that exact encounter. That is our fourth encounter. So usually when we get to this point is usually, I'm not going to say it's guaranteed when we get to this point, but it looks really good when we get to this point, right? Yeah, this is looking good. We're 2 encounters away now, and it's pretty smooth sailing. If we can get the manip first try, that's actually really good. I've been practicing, not all day today, but I was practicing for a few hours today and yesterday. Could not hit it at all. I was struggling for some reason to actually hit it. I think it's because I got a new controller and I just haven't gotten completely used to the new controller yet. But I think it's because we're doing it at 1 in the morning. So I imagine most of you guys are probably American watching just now. But I live in the United Kingdom, so it's currently 1 in the morning here. So, maybe it's the 1 AM buff, but I was doing it during the day and just wasn't hitting it whatsoever. This is the hospital manip done. So the fact that we actually got it first try, pretty good. We got that marathon luck, the first half of the marathon luck. The second half of the marathon luck is, when everything goes wrong, right? Because that's one thing this game loves to do, is to go wrong. But I kind of made a mistake, right? The reason why I'm running this at 1 in the morning is because I made a mistake. I told Sion, hey, just stick me on the schedule whenever, without thinking about what that would actually mean. So, that's kind of my fault, but here we are. We're gonna make it work, But the fact that we've already hit the first manip is really good. Now we have a second manip This one's so much easier though, so you don't have to worry about this one. This one, all it does is require us to save the game at this mall at this very specific time. I'm just going to overwrite my first save file. It doesn't really make a big deal. So we've saved, we'll reset the game now. And now when we load this save file, it will be at this certain sort of seed, this very specific seed, that will determine how we progress. So if we do the same actions here, it's basically guaranteed. So we're gonna we exit the mall, and then we walk in this certain pattern. And now we walk into this encounter of Jack Frosts. Now, if we do the same actions every single time for this encounter, we will get the same drop. We want these Jack Frosts to drop us a Mabufu Stone. And this Mabufu Stone, you're going to see, is one of, if not the most important item for this run. You'll see it sort of, it'll come up soon enough. We'll get another encounter just here. We're gonna do technically a third manip. I should negotiate. This is the fact that we killed them off is fine. We get a bit extra XP. Normally, you just negotiate this one away, but I was kind of, you know, getting a little excited on my autopilot, right? So we're gonna do that same thing again. We're gonna save, and then we're gonna reset the console. And then we're going to get a very specific encounter just as we leave the mall. We want to recruit that one, and then we have almost all of the recruits we need for the entire game. We're just missing one that we grab later on. I saw someone ask earlier, they asked what controller I bought. For those of you wondering, it is the 8-Bit Do Ultimate 2C in green, if the color matters, you know. I bought it mainly because it was cheap. It's like $30, I think. I wanted something for my Steam Deck, and then my DualSense died, so I'm using this now. It's really good, actually. It's got a built-in turbo functionality, which is super helpful and is really nice. I'm just holding the one of the reprogrammable buttons, and it's just acting as a turbo for the X button, which is super convenient. It's a lot more comfortable on my hands. So some stuff happened, right? When we were at the hospital, we encountered Ellie, our party member. She basically tells us, you know, demons are everywhere, right? The high school, our high school is our safe place, right? The only safe place seemingly left in town. And also Maki's mom's been injured and she's at the shrine, which is why we're here at the shrine. And that's that lady on the ground. She's Maki's mom. She works for Sebeck. You might be wondering, you might recognize that and be like, Sebeck. You know, it kind of relates to the title of the one half of this run, and you'd be right, it does. Sebeck is basically the big evil bad corporation, right? And they're doing evil shenanigans, right? And obviously we have to stop them from doing the evil shenanigans, right? You'd be okay with that, right? If we stop them from doing evil shenanigans. So first we're gonna, you know, obviously we're gonna basically rescue Maki's mom. We're gonna take her back to the school because it's the only safe place seemingly in town. It's sort of been set up as a little safe haven. Now this is where the game actually splits off into two. It splits off into our Sebeck and our Snow Queen quest routes. So we're gonna make a save we don't normally do. And we're going to come back to the save once we've finished Sebeck. So this little save point here, we're going to make a separate save, and I am to never touch the save file. So everyone remember, save file number 2, we're to not touch that one at all. But for now, we don't really care about activating the Snow Queen quest. We're just going to get straight into Sebeck. We're going to head to a hole in the wall. This is where we're going to sort of lock in Sebeck. So we can't change our route anymore, which is why we made that save point there specifically. Because that is the sort of point of no return for either route. We can activate the Snow Queen quest from there, so we just load our save file later on, and we can do that. But for now, isn't that Maki? Remember that sick girl we saw in the hospital? She's back, but she's, you know, also okay. It's kind of strange, isn't it? Makes you think. But she's gonna tag along. She's seemingly confused why we're talking about... Because we have to go to the police station, because one of our party members has been arrested. Crazy, right? And we have to go rescue him from a police station. Maki is like, you know, what's a police station? You know, in I don't know what a police station is either, to be honest with you. Turns out she also has a persona. That's, curious, you know, it really makes you think. At least it makes me think. So she's going to join our party because she's got a persona, so she can fight, which is pretty helpful. We like that. First things first, we need to do a very quick shop. We need to buy an emergency exit for this next dungeon. Emergency exits in this game are just basically the skill Triesto, teleports us to the entrance of a dungeon so that we can quickly leave. We do get Triesto later on in the game, it's just for this sort of first bit we can't actually make a Triesto demon. Now we're going to head to the police station. We're going to go and save our friend Mark. You might remember Mark. He was the funky looking kid. With like the backpack and the beanie. So you might notice the combat in this game looks quite different compared to the rest of the Persona games, actually. Even compared to the 2 duology, and especially compared to 3, 4, and 5. This game is quite a unique game in the Persona series, very similar to Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment in a very sense. So you're probably all familiar with the concept of the wild card in the later Persona games, where, say, you know, Joker is the only character that can change persona, and everyone else just has their one persona. In this game, everyone is the wild card. Which is actually quite unique. It allows you to do sort of different builds, and especially with the fact that our party members are locked, we cannot change them at any point. So it allows us this sort of variety with our party, and how they sort of incorporate the wild card is that each character has their own, what they call, affinity with each persona of each arcana. And their affinity determines basically how well they resonate, I suppose, with the persona. So the higher their affinity, the better they synergize, and they could activate special abilities or cheaper SP costs. If I remember rightly, that might be one of the later games. But we actually abuse this fact later on in the game. Not quite yet. Here we're just fishing for a Yukobak encounter really quickly. We want a Yukobak. It's the last recruit that we need as an obligated recruit for this run. All these other recruits that we're getting is just because it's faster to negotiate them away than it is to fight them. But the rest of them are very much like not needed. So So we're at basically at the end of the dungeon. We're just trying to fish for a Yukabak real quick. It's not a rare encounter in here, but you know, sometimes you get the same encounter over and over again. It just doesn't want to show up, which is just classic, you know. Theoretically, this could also be RNG maniped, like the bit we did at the beginning of the game. The only problem is trying to find a very specific seed that gets that to work is finicky, right? And it's just, I guess, less time consuming. Just sort of doing it the old-fashioned way, right? Plus we get some extra XP here. It's not terrible, you know, it's not going to be the end of the world. We're getting the same encounter. Oh, this is what, like, the 6th time we've had this exact same encounter. This is the Persona 1 experience, right? Is encounters like this, right? Where you're just getting the same thing over and over again. This'll probably happen to another extent later on, but this is actually kind of funny, if I'm being honest. That is not the same encounter, but it's you know, not one we're looking for either, so. Oh, no, I am. So, I guess while we're doing negotiations, right? Basically how negotiations in this game work, if we basically just want to make them eager. That's all we care about is making them eager. If we make them eager, then they're willing to join us. Or we can tell them to scram, basically, right? Usually we're not waiting this long for a Yukabak. Usually we get one pretty quickly, right? Which is probably a sign of things to come. I wouldn't be surprised if the game does some shenanigans like this. Now we're getting ambushed as well. We're just not getting lucky with this at all, are we? At least we're getting encounters I have already just negotiated away. It makes my life a tiny bit easier, I guess. I think we're just gonna go in and I don't want to risk my party members dying or anything, so I think I'm just gonna go in, level up everyone so we get a free level up, so that everyone's back to full HP, and then we try and I think we're just gonna leave the police station, hope we get a Yukabak on the way out. At this point. We might be here forever at this rate. So this is one of another awakening fight for our party member Brown. He's going to be our 5th party member. He is technically optional. We don't have to recruit him if we do not want to. But it is easiest if we do recruit him, because he's the first one. So it's just the easiest way. So he's going to be our 5th party member. You'll see him later on as well. He becomes a part of Snow Queen Quest later on. These awakening fights are all entirely scripted. I'm just holding down my turbo to get through all the dialogue. Another thing people are probably wondering as well is our stat alignment. You've probably noticed I am putting all my points into agility. Agility is a crazy busted stat in this game. Basically determines turn order. So if you have high agility, you're more likely to go first, and heavily influences your escape chance. Not escape chance, sorry. The other statistic, evasion, is what I meant to say. Which obviously helps a lot with survivability in battle. It's very important that we try and not get hit by things. Because, as you might imagine, getting hit by things can lead to death, and death is suboptimal. Especially the main character. For what it's worth, if the rest of our party members die, we don't care. The only one we care about not dying is the main character. He's the MVP. There's a Yuko back, finally. Took him long enough, right? I am still gonna emergency exit here. It just saves us getting some bonus encounters. We'd rather not deal with extra encounters. We deal with enough encounters as is, so... Now we're gonna take a quick trip to that... Remember that mall we were at earlier? We're gonna take a trip back to the mall. Because for once we actually get to do some neat things. I'd rather not be panicked as well, you know. So we're gonna go to the mall. We're gonna do some quick shopping. If I can remember which shops I'm supposed to go to. I think I usually enter it from a different angle. So, first of all, we're gonna unequip everything. Because we don't want... Or we want the money that we get by selling this equipment more than the stats of the actual equipment. So we're gonna just sell all of our items. We don't care about 95% of these items. So now we got some money. What are we gonna do with money, you might ask? Well, buy some chewing souls, basically some SP regen. 12 revival beads, we'll need them. Rattle drinks are just really good. Healing items, 50 is good enough. I keep some money for later. Now we're gonna sit and advance our moon state a little bit. We want to be on new moon. We're gonna do a fusion in the Velvet Room on new moon specifically. Why? We'll talk about that in a moment. But for now, we'll just do our fusion. So here's Igor. You remember Igor. He's pretty much just the Velvet Room fusion guy in this game. So we're gonna craft a pixie with a Mabufu stone. Now, adding items in this game can have various effects, but adding skill stones just gives the persona the skill. Which is fine, you know. Now we're gonna save and reset. So remember, save slot 2, don't touch. So we'll save slot 1. We're gonna reset the game. And we're going to try and do another RNG minute. This one, I'm not fully confident or fully practiced on. So if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. That's fine. But if it does work, then that's really nice, you know. This one's actually quite a long, convoluted setup. So hopefully... Or I might have to, like, lock in for a moment. Nope, it's the wrong character. So I just have to do a setup first. I'm just paying attention to my notes to make sure I don't mess the setup. because this is like the one setup that I'm not super confident on. Okay, so this should be it set up now. So, a few things we want to talk about. Personas in this game don't level up in the traditional sense. They don't get XP along with the player like they do in the later Persona games. In this game, Personas level up by doing actions. Basically using them in battle. So you've probably seen a text message pop up every so often when Maki's been spamming Dia on herself. She's leveling up Pixie every time she does this. We want to level her up to max, which is rank 8. It takes a while. It's about an SP bar and a half, usually. So we're gonna be here a while. But the important thing is us doing that specific fusion on New Moon should give us, or will give Pixie the ability called Latent Resurrection. Now what Latent Resurrection does is when the Persona user is rank 7 or 8 with this Persona and they have the best affinity level they have possible with it, when they die in battle, they have a 25% chance of instantly reviving. Which you think, oh, that sounds pretty cool, right? There is a catch. The Persona gets reset back to rank 1, which you might think, oh, that sounds kind of bad. Why would you want this? Well, the reason why we want this is because the Persona keeps the, it keeps the stats it gained from its previous levels before it reset back to rank 1. Which sounds great, right? You think, oh, this, I could get a bunch of strength, or a bunch of agility, or whatever, right? Pixie, I believe there's 2 Personas in the entire game, Pixie's one of them, that gains magic attack every time it levels up. The other one being Lucifer. Like level 99 Lucifer. Leveling up magic attack is insanely busted because it doesn't cap. There is basically no limit to how much magic attack we can get. We abuse this fact to do absurd amounts of damage. We're almost coming up to the sort of end of this part. I forgot. Okay, we messed up. I meant to go into my menu. I meant to heal up Maki. That's my. Completely forgot. It's fine. We're just gonna continue. She's almost max rank anyway. The idea is that this minute that we're doing here basically gives us the latent resurrection on our first death, so we don't have to waste time healing, reviving her over and over again. But you're meant to go straight into the menu. I forgot. That's on me. Again, this is a manip that's relatively newly incorporated, so I still need to like remember the setup. It's fine. We're just gonna get into another really weak encounter. This is a perfect encounter, actually. Look at all these he-homies, huh? Aren't they just adorable little he-homies, you know? We're gonna just use these guys for our last level up. You know, if Maki unthaws herself, that would be kind of helpful. So yeah, the easiest way of basically leveling up our stat is because Maki knows, or Pixie knows Dia, she can just heal herself over and over again. There's no requirements here. Game does not care. As long as we're using the skill, doesn't care how effective it is. So we're gonna do, yeah, absurd levels of damage. You're actually gonna, I believe you receive technically bigger damage numbers in a shorter period of time in Snow Queen's quest. Because here we just use Mabufu. Which, for those of you aware, Mabufu is the low tier multi-hit or multi-attack magic skill, or ice magic. For Snow Queen's quest, we do this same trick, but we do it with Megidolayan instead. So you can imagine what kind of silly damage we do with Megidolayan compared to Mabufu. But stay tuned for that one, that'll be later. That is, you know, stay tuned and all that stuff. That's to keep everyone watching, right? Like, I think Magic Attack eventually does have, you know, diminishing returns after a while. But, you know, for the most part, we don't hit that diminishing returns, and we kinda don't care, right? Because big number, go burr, right? So that's Pixie at max rank. Now Maki just needs to die. I don't think Jack Frost's gonna kill her, though. I think the He-Homie's a little too weak for that. So we're gonna find a more willing encounter, I think, for this. We're just gonna, you know, make our way through while we do that. There's a Velvet Room coming up in the next dungeon. We ideally want the Latent Resurrection to be done before we get to the Velvet Room, because what we want is we want the main character to have the Pixie equipped. Maki is just a means to an end. She is the only one in our party that can trigger Latent Resurrection on Pixie, which is great for us. Not so great for her, but great for us. And main character's affinity with Pixie's good enough that while we don't trigger Latent Resurrection, we still get all the benefits from having the persona equipped. And with the main character, we have a lot more control over what we do, because we can change his stat, or we can give him his own stat alignment. Everyone else has predetermined stat alignments. But for the main character, he just gets really buff. It's kind of crazy. You'll see once we sort of get the ball rolling, you'll kind of see how we sort of snowball the main character's strength, and he just becomes so much stronger than everyone else. Like, on an unreal level. So this basically is the first real dungeon of the game, or the first part of the first real dungeon in the game. Wow, we walked straight into an encounter. I'm gonna save. There is a save point right here. I'm gonna save because this is definitely the first two real dungeons of the game are definitely the most volatile. Once we get past this bit, it's almost smooth sailing. But until we get past this bit, things can be very hit or miss. So we're gonna, we're gonna save. We're gonna play it nice and, nice and careful. Like I'm using my, I guess, not hyper optimized notes. Like, I have a copy of my notes that are even more optimized by, like, cutting out literally everything that isn't, you know, strictly mandatory. But it's obviously a lot riskier. A lot more susceptible to the old death, which we don't like. I'm just kind of hoping this will kill her, you know? That'd be kind of, if they stop missing, you know? So remember, as I said, 25% chance when she dies. So count with me, chat. We're gonna play a game. If she would die. So that's 1. That's 2. And he ran away. Okay. I'm gonna reset my formation. Because it got all kind of screwy because she dies, so it breaks our layout. A zombie cop is actually really good for this. So, what were we at? 2 deaths, was it? I'm gonna move her slightly closer just to make him more likely to hit her. So it's what, 3 deaths? 4 deaths. Five deaths. It missed! Missed! That happens sometimes! The revive just misses! I don't know why it does that! At 6. Seven. 8. 9. 10! There we go! Double digits, baby! I swear, I promise you guys, I am not lying when I say that is a 25% chance. I wish I was lying to you, but I swear I am not. That's why we buy 12. Like, normally we manip that, so that's first try. BMIC, now Maki only knows Dia. She had all these skills before, right? Now she's learned Mabufu. And look at the kind of damage numbers we're getting now. 170, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it gets it gets a little silly later on. Why don't we manip it? Because I failed it. That's supposed to be manipped. I failed it. And I didn't want to reset the game. I've not played Argo Stars, but I have someone at my locals that likes Trap Deck. So he's played Argo Stars with like the Odeon stuff. So I'm like familiar with them on a basic level. As long as we get, like, the Velvet Room's coming up, as long as we get to the Velvet Room, we're basically gaming. Like, we get to the point where we just solo the game. But yeah, I believe the last time I ran this game, which was not that long ago actually, it was like a few weeks ago, that exact same thing happened, where the revive missed. I don't know why it does that, or what the mathematical odds are for it to do that. It just does. But yeah, I think you can start to see, especially when these weak hits we're getting, you can kind of see what kind of damage we're doing. You have to remember, these demons are on the same level as us, roughly. And we're doing, you know, like, double, sometimes triple their health and damage. And we're in the early game still. It gets sillier. A lot sillier. Throwing magic items also uses your magic attack stat. So it kind of, we're doing the same thing here, effectively. So it does get silly. These encounters don't like Mabufu crazy. I don't like the fact that he got made happy, but that's fine. We're just gonna have to settle this the old-fashioned way. Unfortunately, they're supposed to run away, but because they absorb magic, so we just solve this the old-fashioned way. We punch. When in doubt, we throw hands. Unfortunately, we don't do 40,000 damage, but there might be an encounter you see here in which we hit the damage cap. You might see us hit the damage cap, which is 9999. So basically 10,000 damage. You might see us hit the damage cap. Entirely possible. Unfortunately, we keep getting made guilty. Why are we getting guilty? We've done nothing wrong. Can they run away? Or can Maki kill one of them? Especially now that I'm paralyzed. Why am I paralyzed? First we're guilty, and now we're paralyzed. I think I might just have to get the main character to come in and throw some hands. Oh, and one of them runs away, of course. Typical, right? Look at them hands we threw. Isn't he just great at throwing hands? I want to fix my battle layout, though. Again, we don't really care too much about the rest of our party members. We want to keep the main character in the back because it just helps with survivability. You know, he's less likely to get targeted by some skills if he's in the back, or they might outrange them, which is obviously super helpful because we don't want to get a main character. We don't want him to get hit by anything. And we're coming up on our first boss fight of this run. Soon enough. Oh, I need to, yeah, I need to change my layout again. No, most battles we just auto through everything because we set it up. But you know, sometimes we have to do that. We have to change it a little bit, and it does throw me off a tiny amount. So we're doing pitiful damage, melee damage there, because we have no weapon equipped, which is why we're punching. At least the game lets us punch if we have no melee weapon equipped. So here's our first boss fight. That guy in the back with the sword, he's Condori. You'll see him later on. He's basically the CEO of Sebeck, so he's the big bad guy. He comes very important later on. But for now, he's gonna flee. We're gonna deal with his minions, his goons, you know? Luckily for us, though, his goons are all susceptible to the power of ice. Now here, our party members are gonna die. That's fine. If anything, we want them to die. Because how XP works in this game, it's effort-based. So your party members gain XP for the contributions they make in battle. They gain no XP if all they do is die. But then that XP gets split. Basically, each enemy has like a specific amount of XP that they give, which is obviously divided by 5 amongst the party members. But if a party member doesn't do anything and gets 0 XP, that gets just split amongst everyone else. So if we just give, if the main character is the only one alive, for the most part, he's the only one that gets XP. And if he's the only one that gets XP, he gets all of it. So, think there, we got, what was it? Like 50, like 13,000 XP or something? And the main character got all of it. Pretty much all of it. Maki got some because she didn't die. But it's whatever, right? It's like no big deal. But later on the later boss fights, it is optimal for the main character to be the only one left alive, and it's actually optimal for us to stall until everyone else dies, because he just gets so much more XP. And it's good. We like that. Because, don't get me wrong, I love my party members. They're all really nice people. They do absolutely nothing but exist. They are meat shields. They are glorified meat shields. That is all they will be here for. So, like, the only contribution you're going to see is Maki, because she's going to help out occasionally, you know? And that's it. God, I think I'm gonna take a little. Oh, I need to take a little break with my voice. I've been yapping almost non-stop for what, an hour now. My throat's getting kind of dry. So we're just appreciate the ambience, the music, you know, while I have a drink. Oh, first I need to press the button. Actually, hold on. Now we can hydrate, and you all should hydrate as well. I am absolutely gonna have a pee break at some point in this run because I'm drinking a lot. I have 6 hours. I'm definitely gonna be drinking a lot. All right, I've given my voice a moment, you know, to relax. So we basically shut down the Deva system, which is like what we believe to be the MacGuffin that, you know, is causing all the things to happen, right? In doing so, we've been teleported to our high school, but it looks different? Question mark? You never saw, we didn't see the gym, so you don't have a reference, but based on the fact this is old gym, you can probably infer it looked a little different. You know, things, and even the characters are like, this doesn't look right. This looks like how the gym used to be, like a year ago. Before Maki went to the hospital. Curious. We enter this classroom. We're gonna meet a classmate of ours. This guy beaten up. So, we are in an alternate reality of Mikage-cho, the city the game takes place in. Referred to basically as the ideal world, effectively. Whereas this classmate of ours, he's from our world, the real world. And he got teleported here and basically got trapped in here. And this Maki that's with us, turns out she is the ideal Maki. So the Maki that we saw in hospital, this is the version that she wishes she was. Not the, you know, because she's been laid up in hospital all this time. She wishes she was the ideal Maki. You know, this is the version of her that she wants to be. I don't know if I selected the right target. No. Because we want to hit the Rizalkas with the Zio. Because the Gandharva, I believe, like, absorbs it. It would hit, if we hit, it would also be kind of nice, you know? I saw a question asking about if I did a manip or anything there. The only... unless you see me save and reset the game, assume it's all not manipped. Because this game would require so much precision to manip it all without having to constantly save and reset for optimal seeds. So anything like that is just me being a goober. Like if I fat finger, if I go in the wrong direction or something like that, I'm just being a goober. So like unless I save and reset, none of it's manipped. It's almost impossible to program a manip without save resetting. Double miss. You love to see it. That's how you know this is a real Mega 10 game. When we're getting lots of misses. One of them real Shin Megami Tensei's, you know? So you might remember, our school didn't exactly look like this when we entered, which would be a great observation. I'm glad you noticed. So basically what happened is this evil, force, transformed the school. Is probably the simplest way of explaining it. I don't really know how else to explain it, really. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't actually played this game for the story in a very long time, so this is vaguely what I remember the story being like. I have a general gist of the game's story, right? But a lot of it is kind of just like, yeah, I vaguely remember this is how it went. Here is our last awakening fight for this run. Our last potential recruitment, Reggie. If you've played this game casually, you probably remember Reggie as being like a crazy good recruit for this game. In the speedrun, we don't use him. Mainly because getting him would break the manip. The hospital manip you saw at the beginning of the run, that takes place at the same time, and that would just break it all. So, we just get to see him, we get to say hi, you know. Isn't he cool? Now that we saw him, we're gonna continue navigating our way through the school. Yeah, because the main character is the star of the show here, recruiting any other party member just isn't really necessary. So even if we could recruit Reggie, we would probably not do it anyway because it would just be too slow. It's not really worth the investment, even though he is, as we said, pretty cool. We haven't seen my favorite combination yet of demons. We pretty much only get this encounter at the school. I'm disappointed we haven't seen it yet. But, okay, we've kind of seen it. Toilet demon! And you might have seen the last encounter, we had invisible basketballs. Now, it's entirely possible we get those encounters together, so we could have, say it with me, ballin' toilets. Isn't that just awesome? Like, everyone be like, that basketball demon will never be ballin', and then it proceeds to ball. Isn't that just insane? Anyway, here's the next boss fight. It's a rat with a machine gun. This is one of the few boss fights we can't actually Mabufu to death. It's weak to Zeo, so it's faster to Zeo it instead. If we don't miss. Of course, right? Also, if I remember rightly, one of the few songs in this game that is just the original version. I believe this is the PS1 version of this boss fight's theme. It's like the one song in the game that was kept from the PS1 version. And that's it dead. So, we might have seen that there was a little girl in a black dress. She's that evil force we were talking about. Her name's Aki. We'll see more of her later. She's basically the evil bad side of Maki. Later on, we'll see a girl in a white dress called Mai. You might have seen her in the intro cutscene when before we got zapped by lightning. She's basically the opposite of Mai. I am flubbing all of my button presses right now. So here's the final dungeon. This right here is the door to the final dungeon. We can't go in it though, unfortunately. We need to get 3 compacts to unlock the door. We currently have 0. So we're gonna have to go get some. That is basically what our journey is right now, just getting that stuff. But first, we need to make it to the other side of town. Now, you might have noticed, there's a giant wall in the way of us just walking over to the other side. So how do we get to the other side? First we need to go to the shrine. I forgot, there's a cutscene at the shrine. I'm getting ahead of myself. We go to the Historical Society, but first I have to go to the shrine first. Yeah, like, I don't remember the nuances of, like, the characters. It's been a long time since I played the game for the story. The last time I played the game casually was for retro achievements, and even then I just turboed and, fast-forwarded through everything. Because I've played this game a lot. I do think, yes, I do agree. This game is a lot better than people give it credit for. Like, people argue that this is the worst Persona game. They're probably not wrong, especially when you consider that Persona 3 is peak. But I have a very deep love and respect for this game.
Just as you thought, this world is a counterfeit of your own. It is this world where Condori's ambitions lie. If you pursue him, you will eventually discover the nature of this world and how to return to your home world. Condori has made his fortress on the east side of town, where he is searching for something. Should it fall into his hands, there will be no tomorrow for either world. You must stop Condori. The first step is to use the subway terminal to reach the east side of town. But the gate has a guardian. Look for the Expel Mirror.
There you go. He basically just summarized what our, what we're supposed to be doing next is, right? I kind of explained a little bit of it. But he did it in a much better and a more eloquent fashion than we did. Or we ever could. I also just took the opportunity to have a drink. I can provide no guarantees that when I go for my scheduled, bathroom break, there is no guarantee that I'll be able to do that during a cutscene. I might just have to get up and pee at some point. So we got the Expel Mirror. We need that. So that we can get past the subway. This subway actually does introduce something new to the game. It introduces one-way blocks, which, as the name might imply, make you go in a very specific direction. So we can't just waltz our way through this like we'd want to. They're basically invisible conveyor belts. It's probably the easiest way of explaining it. That is true. I've tried this before. Believe it or not, my controller does not have a long enough range to the bathroom. The last time I ran this, I also used my Ultimate 2C. Pretty much as soon as I got to the bathroom, the controller immediately disconnected. And like, I don't know what it is. My body just has this natural knack for it to just need to go at the most inconvenient moments possible. I could be, you know, we'll be here on like a world record pace run and my body would be like, no, 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 you have to pee now. Here's the subway boss. Unfortunately, he doesn't like ice. So we actually have to we have to Garu him to death. This is like the one boss in the entire run that is slower than the original route. The original route uses Megidola, or Megiddo, and he's weak to nuclear. So we just kind of have to, like, poke him to death. Because he drains ice, so... but he's dead now, so that's fine. Yeah, and unfortunately Zio, I believe he also, like, repels or something Zio. So Garu is by far our weakest skill. So unfortunately that fight takes a little longer compared to the old route. But the old route also requires us to grind and is, like, easily 3 hours longer. So, nah. Honestly, you know how we were just talking about my, how I'll be needing to go and pee at some point? I think I've willed it into existence, because I'm apparently really good at doing that. So I think we're gonna get to the safe hub, which is just coming up, and then, yeah. So we're gonna go in here, and I'm gonna very quickly go to the bathroom, which is just typical. Alright. Don't worry, I washed my hands as well, don't worry about it. Anyway, yeah. So these guys here, they're well, drunk, and they're wearing afros. What more do you want, right? But they also mention a person called the Harem Queen. Now, the Harem Queen is basically the ruler of the Kama Palace, which is the next dungeon that we're gonna go to. Here we do a little bit of selling, because we want to buy a weapon for, believe it or not. Here we buy a machine gun, the Phantom Killer, and tranquilizers. This is very much a safety thing. We don't need the gun for any specific encounters, or we don't need the gun for like the boss fights or anything like that. It's just a backup strat in case something goes wrong with a negotiation. Then we can use it to get out of encounters, because we can, while we can't, you know, Mabufu them or whatever, they can usually be machine gunned. So, you know, it works out for us, right? We're just gonna save our game as well for the old safety. We haven't saved since the Sebeck building. I should probably save. Because, you know, you know what they say, right? All problems, or all demon-related problems, can be solved with a gun. You know, negotiation goes wrong, doesn't want to join your party, you just kill them with a gun, you know? It solves the problem 9 times out of 10. The 1 time out of 10 is when that doesn't work and you wipe, but we don't talk about that one. That doesn't happen. So this dungeon's full of, it's basically like a drop puzzle. It's full of holes in the ground that we fall through. And we have the specific path we need to take, so we just follow that. Look, Freedom, if you don't tell Scion I haven't saved the game in a while, I won't either, okay? Maybe it's better this way, right? But yeah, we've got a very straightforward path we take here. We don't really care about getting items in this in any of these dungeons. We grab one here that we just sell for later on because it's an incense. It's got some decent value to it, and it's just because it's conveniently right there. But for the most part, we don't bother with grabbing items. This is why you're seeing me just rush to the end and not bother grabbing things. Sole reason of we do not need them. Absolutely. Like, we need money for the end game, but with all the random encounters we're getting, we should have more than enough money for the final boss. So we shouldn't really be in a predicament or anything. So grab that luck incense. We just sell it later on. We just need money. Like, as you might have noticed, we have 99 luck anyway, so a luck incense doesn't actually do anything for us. Because equipped personas also give a, like, it's not just magic attack that Pixie's giving us, she's also giving us luck. Which is why when you see me level up, our luck stat bar is maxed out. Because while we have Pixie equipped, we have 99 luck. So it also gives us good chances for getting item drops and stuff because of our high luck stat, which helps us later on. You might have also noticed with our stat alignment that we're getting very close to max agility, I think we're like 80 I think we just hit, what was it, 85 or something like that? I wasn't counting. I'm not paying attention. I just kind of vaguely know when it levels up, right? We get our agility stat to 89. And then we can start putting our points into dexterity, which for our intents and purposes is the second best stat in the game. Because dexterity basically buffs gun. Just gun. Like our accuracy and our damage with guns, which is helpful for our backup, right? So we basically get teleported back to the beginning of the dungeon. So I hope you liked seeing us do the dungeon the first time, because you get to do it again. Thankfully for us though, because we've already done it before, the route is the exact same. So I'm just gonna follow the route I did earlier. It's the same. Also, let's just take a moment, listen to this very clearly a bird demon. Why is it quacking like a duck? That is very clearly a bird. So, we're actually also coming up to our second latent resurrection for this run. This one we manip. This one is like the one of the easiest manips in the entire game. So, okay, technically the zombie girl one we did, the one after the Jack Frost, that's the easiest manip in the game. Because you literally don't have to do anything. But this one is also a very easy manip. This one basically requires zero effort. All you have to do is set your party up and load the game in the right moon phase, and it just works. Which is quite funny. It was actually a surprisingly easy find. I don't remember who found it, but I think when I was incorporating it into my route, I think I found the setup I use at least, I pretty much found first try. So now that we've gotten to the boss room again, this time we're gonna fight the boss. We don't get to run the dungeon back again. I'm sorry for the folks that wanted to see me play the dungeon 3 times. Not today. But you are gonna get to watch us fight a boss. Now I have to also be slightly careful for this boss fight. Because there is a dialogue prompt here, and the dialogue option I want to pick is not the first one. And if I just hold down the turbo, I will hit the first option by accident. So I need to hit the second option, which is Maki's is better. That's the option we need to hit. It's going to turn the rest of our party to stone except Maki, which is good, because that means we don't have to kill them. Because we want Maki to die, of course. The idea is that Maki dies in this fight, first so we can get the XP, but then it also sets her up for the latent resurrection. So she's already dead. Isn't that perfect, right? So she'll be at 1 HP for the next fight, which sets us up for the latent resurrection. And then obviously we get all the XP for ourselves, right? So we're 89. We're going to put our points into dexterity now. We're going to buy an armor set later on that gives us plus 10 agility, which is going to max out our agility stat. So putting any more points into agility is kind of a waste. So that's why we're starting to put all our points in dexterity now. And it's only really because we're leveling up. If we could just not bother allocating points, we could. We don't really need dexterity. Gun really is just a backup. So, basically the Harem Queen was one of our other classmates. And she was the guy that got teleported into this world. You know, she's her girlfriend, or she's his girlfriend. And she's also from our real world and got teleported here and got turned into the Harem Queen because she wanted power and was like jealous of Maki or something like that, which is the whole like art comparison thing that they were doing. Anyway, we're gonna get out of here. We don't want to be in here anymore. We're gonna go to the old velvet room. And my moon phases are off, so we're gonna have to do some moon phase manipulation. In a moment. We're gonna make a Phaleg and give it that emergency exit we bought, which is why we bought 2. Emergency exit will just teach the persona Triesto, which we love. We love Triesto in this household. So we're gonna equip Phaleg on the main character. Maki's gonna have the Pixie. We need to manipulate our moon, so we're at 3-8 ascending, which unfortunately we've just missed. So we're gonna do some moon phase manipulation. Just a little bit. We're in a safe room here, so there's no chance of getting any encounters, which is why we're safe to moon phase manip in here. And we're gonna save and reset the console. And now this minute might look a little sketchy because we're gonna do it in battle, but trust me, all totally perfectly coordinated. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to change our battle alignment to one of the default ones because we want the main character in the front row. We're going to leave the mall. We're going to basically do a loop. We'll get this specific encounter. We're going to twin slash, guard, everyone else guards. Phaleg learns Triesto, Maki dies, instantly revives herself. See, that's what we were trying to do the first time, except I kind of flubbed it, right? Now you're going to see, oh, we didn't escape, right? Isn't that kind of scary that we didn't escape this encounter? Don't worry, we escape it the second time. Second time always works. I think there is a seed in which you escape the first try. I don't know, like sometimes you get that seed, sometimes you get this seed. I don't know actually what how that works. So main character is gonna get Pixie and Phaleg. It's just so we don't have to menu, and there's a sequence in the game later on that we want main character to have Phaleg, so that he can always Triesto. Having him always have Triesto is optimal. Now he does also learn Tarunda, which would be useful. For boss fight, the final boss fight, but we don't actually need it, so we're not going to bother. It's just basically all it is just a Triesto bot, and sometimes a Triesto bot is all you need. Now you're probably wondering, because we're going to the Mana Castle and we're going to get into a scripted sequence that will take us back through the black market, the shopping mall, anyway. So you probably think to yourself, why don't you go? Why do you go back to the mall so soon? Why don't you just wait till if you're coming back anyway? Why bother doing that little loop and not just going to the mall and back? The one downside to this manipulated seed is the second encounter we get after the latent resurrection encounter guaranteed kills us. So, you see the problem. It's easier if we just avoid the encounter instead of trying to work our way around it. But now, so we're trying to enter the Mana Castle. The Mana Castle, for some reason, seemingly, requires a compact for us to enter. We don't have one, so we're going to have to take a trip. Oh, flubbing all of my buttons right now. We're going to have to take a trip back through the subway system. You remember the subway system. I'm trying to remember where I am in the subway. We have to backtrack, because we have to go back to the other side of town. Because the compact is in what's called the Lost Forest. Do you remember where the police station was? In the other route? In the other world, do you remember where the police station is? It's there. For some reason, there's now a giant forest. Which is strange when you think about it, but you know. It is what it is, I guess. We're just gonna take a nice little trip. Now, difficulty, if you don't know what you're doing, this game is actually really hard. The final boss is quite hard if you don't know what you're doing. I make this game look really easy because I'm abusing speedrun strats, but in a casual playthrough, this game is actually kinda hard, especially the final boss. The final boss is also absolutely the hardest part of this run, for sure. But like, with the speedrun strats, it makes it a little easier. So, this is obviously where the police station was in our real world. You might notice there's a big forest here. Why is there a big forest here? I don't remember, to be honest with you. There is a lore reason. I don't remember. I'm giving my throat a rest again, cause I clearly talk too much. I meant to Garu there, not try and escape. Should be fine, but it is slightly annoying. Yeah, I think if I remember the lore reasoning, is, to some degree, is that obviously in an ideal world, in her ideal world, there is no need for a police station. There's no need for cops because there's no crime. Therefore it doesn't exist. It's something along those lines. A lot of it is cognitive. So if you've played Persona 5, you're probably very familiar with the idea of cognition sort of shaping how things are perceived in the world. Is kind of the gist of how this goes. There's a lot of nuance and a lot of, deeper meaning that we are very much skipping over because we don't have the time and I don't have the knowledge because I don't remember. But it's like, that's like the gist of it.
No joke. What?
I'm also gonna change my lineup. Now that we have a gun on the main character, we're gonna stick the main character in the back middle, so that if we're ever stuck in a position where I need to use my gun, the main character can hit everything. Because sometimes the enemies are in, like, the corner or whatever, and it becomes a pain to hit them. No, I think... the lineup doesn't really matter as long as we stick the main character in the back. So here is actually where we can determine which ending we get for Sebeck. The choices we make here determine which ending, if we get the true or the bad ending for Sebeck. I've got all the list of the choices I need to make here that we can get the good ending. Because as we said at the beginning of this run, the whole point of this run is we're getting the true ending for Sebeck and the Snow Queen quest. But yeah, we have to be nice to the child. If we don't, and if we lock ourselves into the bad ending, we have an extra boss fight here, but we also get locked into the bad ending. Plus, we're nice, you know, we would never be mean to a small child, you know? At least I hope you guys wouldn't be mean to a small child. God, this whole yapping thing is really doing a number on my throat. I'm so glad I don't have to do anything tomorrow. Don't you just love getting repeat encounters? So now we got the compact from Mai, the girl in the white dress. Mai. We can head back. We can go into the Mana Castle now. But first, we're gonna do some more shopping because we like shopping, right? This we'll buy our armor set that we're talking about earlier. We also upgrade our gun. Now I know we never used the gun, but we just buy it as a backup, especially if I'm doing this for a showcase. In my sort of optimized notes, I cut the first gun out because we don't strictly need it. But obviously, if I'm doing a marathon showcase, we play it safe. So we have the gun just in case we need it. Because as much as I'd like to say the negotiation system is completely infallible, sometimes it doesn't always work. Sometimes the negotiations don't go your way and you have to improvise, and just having the gun as a little insurance plan is really helpful. You might wonder why we only buy a character for the a gun for the main character. Can you tell that it's 2:30 in the morning? When I'm starting to like flub up my words. main character gets access to SMGs, and SMGs are by far the best gun type in the game. Because they don't care, they basically don't have a range restriction, and they hit multiple times. They can hit the same target multiple times, and they just have the highest hit count of all weapons in the game. Which makes it really good, and the fact that it's on the main character is even better. It obviously doesn't have the highest damage output, but when you're hitting 7 times, damage output does not matter. So we're going to sell the Phantom Killer and the Tranks. We're going to sell a bunch of our equipment, actually. Apart from the Luna Blade, do you want to keep that one? We just keep it for stats, really. But everything else goes away. We want to buy an Avenger, which hits 7 times. And then we buy Circle Bullets. Circle Bullets inflict bind. So it's like the Tranquilizers where they inflict sleep, but instead we're binding them, and binding the target is so much better than putting them to sleep because they're more likely to not wake up or not recover from bind. And if they're binded, they can't do anything. So we buy a full Yacht set, and then we want to equip that onto the main character. So now we have 99 agility, which is great. And we have just enough money that we're going to buy 3 Agidine stones from this vendor. We need the Agidine stones for a later boss fight, in which they die to specifically 3 Agidine stones. And we, as you saw, we had just enough money. Last time I did this run, for some reason I didn't actually have enough money. But that run was all sorts of scuffed, so I'm not surprised in the slightest. Yeah, I couldn't remember if we were on Mabufu or not. Yeah, buying the first gun, strictly not required. It's pretty much only for that that one dungeon. Because you immediately replace it. So you save money, that would be... Obviously you save some time menuing, but more importantly is we're saving money for the end game. Because in the end game, we want as much money as we can get our hands on. Because we want to buy as many magical guards as possible, which is basically just a Makarakarn as an item. We want as many of them as possible for the final boss. More is better for the final boss. So, yeah. We can go over again the agility, dexterity thing. So, dexterity improves our gun-related stats, so mainly gun accuracy and I believe gun damage. Agility is the most important stat because it determines our turn order. So, you might have noticed that for the most part, the main character always goes first. He's at 99 agility. Nothing can really catch up to us in terms of agility. So, in most situations, the main character goes first, which is obviously very important in order to try and one-shot these bosses, or one-shot these enemies before they can actually attack us. The second reason is increasing agility increases evasion. And obviously, increasing evasion improves our chances of not getting hit. And we don't want to get hit. Getting hit sucks. And strength pretty much only really affects our melee attack, which we are not doing. We do not care about our melee damage. We only equip the sword for its stats, really. And then vitality, it improves our defense and I believe our HP, but we have a lot of HP. Like, you might have seen whenever the menu does show up that we have 500, almost 600 HP. Like, that's without investing in agility or vitality. That's just from leveling up. I don't really know. Pixie leveling up might have something to do with it as well, but admittedly, I'm not entirely sure. But our HP and SP gain is proportional, or like disproportionate to like everyone else. I'm not entirely sure why, but there will be a reason. Luck, as you see, we already have max luck from our persona, so we don't have to bother leveling that one up. It's also the luck stat, which is, as you might know, one of the most useless stats in Megaten games. Here, it pretty much just affects item drop chance, which, you know, is nice. But at the same time, if there's a specific item we want, like the Jack Frost, or the Midibufu Stone from the Jack Frost encounter at the beginning of the game, we just manip it, so it's guaranteed. So it doesn't really matter if we have about luck. Because if we want an item, we can manip for it. I know the PS1 version of this run, in theory, uses luck for a Mabufu Stone drop because we cannot manip the PS1 version. If you want to incorporate the PSP route into the PS1 run, you would need luck to get a Mabufu Stone drop. Which isn't amazing. Not very reliable. Yeah, we're coming up to the end of this dungeon as well. We're gonna save as well. Don't you worry. Scion can sleep easy knowing that I'm saving the game. I'm not about to awake Scion from his slumber because I haven't saved. I remember, I have a really funny story about this boss fight in particular. This is a really relatively safe boss fight. And when I was doing a marathon showcase for this game, I even said out loud, "Oh, this fight's super safe. I don't need to save." Died and got set back about half an hour. Needless to say, Scion was... He had some, you know, he had an opinion on that. Which is sort of where this whole bit with me making sure I save for Scion, because specifically he likes it when I safety save. Anyway, here's the real world. Now you might be wondering, is that a giant ass palace that just got summoned in the middle of the real world? You'd be right. That was. And then there's a boss, brain with legs, and a body, I guess. Again, standard affair here. Mabufu, go! Well, except when we're muted, we can't do anything. When we're, well, we could just do it anyway, even if we are muted. We don't care. I would appreciate if we didn't get muted. I'd also appreciate if the rest of our party died, because that would also be kind of sweet, you know? Remember that Mabufu stone we bought earlier? It does some good damage to this boss, so... Normally we use it later, because normally not everyone dies so quickly, but we just use it now. Get it out of the way. It ends the fight like a couple of turns earlier, so... And he's dead. Now look at how much XP we get. 102k. Normally that gets split between 5 party members, but as you see, they all got 0. So we just get all that 100k XP to ourselves. Isn't that great? You also, that boss fight was also a perfect example of why we have 99 agility. You saw there, he hit us like twice through that whole fight. Like a lot of his hits just missed. And that's the benefit of having 99 agility, is we just don't get hit. So, as you might have seen, I might have talked about this, Kandari has now created a giant palace in the middle of the real world. Now we have to go there, because that's where Kandari is. And obviously we have to go and defeat Kandari. Now how are we going to do that? We need to go back to the real world first, right? Because you think, oh, we're still in this ideal world. Well, to do that, we're going to go through a haunted mansion, which, how perfect, right? Okay. Not for me, because it is officially the 1st of November in the United Kingdom, and it has been for the last 2 hours and 45 minutes. But for all my Americans, so like most of you guys that are probably still watching, it's Halloween today. We're in a haunted mansion on Halloween. How thematic is that? Anyway, yeah, this is just a dungeon. When we get to the end of the haunted mansion, we'll find a teleporter, basically a teleporter that will take us to Deva Yuga, which is the next dungeon, basically Kandari's palace. In Deva Yuga, we'll do our 3rd and final latent resurrection. The only one we don't have a minute for, and it's probably the most volatile one by far. By the end of this dungeon, we should also get Pixie to max rank. She should be very close to max rank at this point. See, honestly, this part of the run, is like the bit I'm most comfortable with, the Sebeck half of this run. When we get to the Snow Queen quest part, so in like a couple of hours or however long, I don't have a timer on my screen right now, so I don't actually have an idea how long we've been going. It's probably better that way. But that bit is definitely the bit I have not practiced as much as Sebeck. So this bit is actually the bit I'm really comfortable with. The point of the latent resurrection is Pixie gains more stats, because her stats are not reset on latent resurrection and they don't cap. So the idea is we do big damage. As they say, big number, go burr. And if there's one thing we like here in Mega 10 speedrunning, is big number, go burr. And as Pixie reached max rank, so we know we can set up the next latent resurrection. I'm probably gonna have to buy revival beads though, because for those of you that were here at the beginning of the run, or those of you that missed out, I guess, the beginning of the run, the non-manipped latent resurrection we did at the start of the run, 25% chance to hit, and it took us 10 tries. So, you know, prepare for the worst. I'm expecting that to happen again. Now, just kind of similar to the Lost Forest, there is an optional boss fight here that we could fight, but we don't want to fight it because it's slower. And if we're given the option to not fight the boss fight, we just won't. You know, it's as easy as that. We don't need the XP, so we don't care. So we're gonna lower our weapons. We're not gonna fight this demon because, surprise, surprise, the demon is Maki's mom. I don't know why, but she just is, you know? And she kind of knows her way around the system, so she's gonna teleport us to Deva Yuga. I'm gonna give my voice a little bit of a break again. Oh hey, we're in the Deva system chamber. Remember this after we beat the first boss fight? It's this room again. And here's a scientist, but he's gone crazy. And there's an astral projection of Kandori. He's basically challenging us. You know, he's like, you know, fight me. So you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna go fight him. We're gonna get to the top of Deva Yuga and we're gonna go and kick his ass. But first, we have some things to do first. First things first, get out of this encounter. That's step one, of course. Step two, we're gonna go to the vendor. We're gonna buy a clean salt. A clean salt is basically just estoma as an item. We're gonna also buy, I think 6 revival beads. So we've got 8. 8 should be good enough. We're gonna do the old persona switcheroo again. And then we're gonna save. So, I mentioned Estoma. Now, Estoma works in this game like you would imagine it does in any other Mega 10 game. We don't get encounters. There's a caveat to that, though. A little asterisk there. It's only until New Moon, which is fine. That's whatever. That's like no big deal. But, unfortunately for us, the other caveat is it takes party average level into account. So, because the only high level member of our party is the main character, we don't... Estoma just doesn't work. It works for one encounter, or one dungeon. That's another missed revive, by the way. I think I'm just gonna kill 2 of these guys, I think. Whichever 2 die first. I don't like all of them being alive, not gonna lie. This is also why we buy the gun. Like, we would be screwed if we didn't have the gun. Can one of them die? Oh, they both died. That, sure, yeah. Not what I was going for, but, you know, it works. So for the counter, by the way, that was 1. That's a... 2 attempts! Now, unfortunately for us, we're in a bit of a pickle. I think we used this Mabufu stone. Yeah. Those magic painting, or those paintings, they null physical attacks, and Incubus, like, absorbs magical attacks or whatever. So... to play it safe, because Maki had resurrected herself, we just did we just used a Mabufu stone. We're not gonna lose out because we used a Mabufu stone that we were just gonna sell anyway. Having the stones is always good as a backup in case things do go wrong. But two times, that's good. That is actually pretty good. I think the last time... like, in my PB for this game, I think that took me... I don't remember how many attempts it took me. It was like... including wipes, because I wiped a couple of times. It was like 25 tries or something for it to stick. But that's the last time Maki will be providing her sacrifice services for us for this run. So everyone, give Maki a congratulations for her contribution to the team. We salute her service. And now we're gonna be getting real overpowered. We're already, as you might be able to tell, we were already pretty overpowered as is. But we're now gonna reach like the sort of apex of our power. We just have to navigate through the long dungeon first. Honestly, outside of whiffing the first resurrection manip, this run has actually been pretty solid for a Sebeck marathon showcase. This half of the run has actually been pretty solid. The Snow Queen half remains to be seen, but you know, as it stands right now, things are looking not bad. Yeah, we don't have Zeo unlocked yet, unfortunately. So, you know, this is one of those ones where we resort to the old gun. Yeah, she gets a gold star for her efforts, and a pat on the back for a job well done. But you can also see why we appreciate this firearm in particular. It's hitting a bunch, which is great, but then also they're getting binded on a pretty good frequency. And when they're binded, they can't do anything. And we love that. I wonder if we're gonna hit max health. Like, I've had it a couple of times in these marathon showcases where we've actually hit the health cap of 999. As you see, we were at 800, so it's possible we hit the cap. It'd be kind of cool if we did. We have to Garu the painter because the Sumizome is in the back. They repel ice. So if I'm a Bufu, I probably die. And main character dying, never a good idea. Last thing we want is the main character to die. We keep getting this encounter. It's actually a little crazy. Ideally, we don't want to constantly get this encounter because we can't Mabufu it to death. But it's, you know, it's fine. This, believe it or not, this dungeon as well also has a mini puzzle. I don't think that was I don't think we talked about that yet. But, you know, we actually have a puzzle in a dungeon. It gives us something different to do, you know? God, my throat's gonna be killing me tomorrow. I'm so glad I have the weekend off. I'm not doing anything. God, I'm just messing up all my movement just now. Or I'm not messing it up, but like I'm bumping into things. It happens a lot. It's just one of those things. Unfortunately, now, believe it or not, the blue ice dragon looking things, null ice attacks, believe it or not. Crazy to think, huh? Who could have foreseen that one? I have to get myself... I need to get comfy again. Ugh. Gotta reposition myself for maximum comfort. Apparently maximum comfort also means I just bump into the walls more. Again, another one of them ice dragons. Crazy. Crazy that they're not weak to ice, huh? Who could have foreseen that one? So here we have, I guess, technically a little bit of a puzzle. We have to pull 2 switches to unlock a hidden floor, or hidden, like, trap door in the floor that drops us down to the next, the floor below us, so that we can get to the top of the dungeon. Not really a puzzle, per se, because it's just 2 levers that are very clearly marked on the map, but... It's something, right? Right, guys? There's the other. You'll actually see it on the map spawn the floor. It's basically in the center of that room we just came from. You'll see a little hole in the floor just spawn. Ta-da! And we'll go in here first though, because here's a save room. There's some more scientist people. We don't worry about them. So here's a puzzle. We have to make a cross shape on the floor. And there we go. It's that easy. Now we're at the top, so we get to fight Condori. The fight we've all been waiting for. And you would think the end of the run would be here, right? In the bad ending, this is where the run would end. Because the game effectively ends here after, in the bad ending. I picked the wrong... okay, the dialogue option here does not matter. But I picked the wrong one. You're supposed to pick the bottom one. But you're not the only thing that locks you into the good ending was the dialogue choices we made at the Lost Forest. So this dialogue choice doesn't matter. It would only matter if we wanted to get the ultimate personas. We don't care about the ultimate personas. We don't have time for the ultimate personas. So again, name of the game here. Our party members have to die. And that's Condori, ladies and gentlemen. That fight was really easy, huh? Except, wait a minute, something quite ain't right, huh? So here, he's basically being consumed by his persona, and now we have God Guido. If you followed the, Revelations, version of the character name. It's, But I just think that just sounds so ridiculous, right? Anyway, he's dead now. And look at all that XP! 167,000! Is it actually... that... Okay. So I've not played much of the PS1 version. I didn't realize they called him Super Guido. That's even better than God Guido. But like, it is just funny that they just randomly basically made him Italian for the American localization. But God, Super Guido, that's even funnier of a localization. So Condori basically spills the beans about the truth to, like, Maki. So she leaves our party. And we're gonna go and find out the truth about Maki as well. Soon enough. Don't you worry. And of course, we get an encounter just at the door. See, right at the door. And hey, we're back at the hospital room from the beginning of the game, kind of. It's obviously not exactly the same as it was, but the idea here, lore-wise, is that basically Maki, because of her sort of her, I guess, despair, or like her poor mental health in regards to her basically just being stuck in hospital for a year, being really sick, she got super sort of nihilistic, in a sense, kind of wishing she was dead or wishing to die kind of thing. And it very much resonated with the Deva system, which is sort of what birthed Mai and Aki, the two little girls, what birthed the alternate Saint Herm, or the alternate Mikage Cho, ideal Maki. All of this stuff is basically related to like her becoming one, or synergizing with the Deva system, which, you know, is this machine here. And it's about to explode. So you'd think, now that the machine's exploded, job well done, right? Game over. Except it's not game over. It's never game over. We still have 2.5 dungeons left. But with the Deva system being destroyed, and the ideal Maki is basically, or gone back to her world, because she doesn't really see a need in being here anymore. You know, what do we do now? Remember, we still have to go into that final dungeon that we saw in the alternate world. How are we supposed to get there now? I don't know, to be honest. We haven't figured that one out yet. In this corner, though, very conveniently a shard of a compact. And it's gonna teleport us back to the ideal Mikage Cho. How convenient is that, huh? Because Maki had one on her as well. And if we combine them, we have a whole compact. I'm gonna be very honest. I don't really remember the specifics of this bit, so, you know, work with me here. So now look, we're back in the Lost Forest, huh? And Maki's mom's here too. Basically, the ideal Maki, our party member, she sealed herself away in the inner, deeper area of the Lost Forest, so now we have to go and get her. And Maki's mom was kind of drawn here. I'm assuming because she's here, or Maki's here. And she was kind of drawn to that. So, this is another dungeon that's sort of split into two. The first half is the bit we saw earlier when we went to see Mai. So we're just going to retrace our steps there. Until we get to the second half. They did update the enemy pool here, though, a little bit. But, like, just look at all those damage. We're not even doing weak damage or, like, crits or anything, and just look at the damage we're doing. We did, like, most of these demons probably have HP in, like, the low hundreds, you know, like 300 or something. And we're doing 1500.
No joke. Seriously?
So there's technically a requirement for this this segment of the game. Ideally, we want the main character to be, I think it's level 54 or 53 with persona level 51. We are more than likely above that. We typically are. But we need that for the dungeon after this, because this is the only this upcoming dungeon's the only dungeon we can use a stoma in, and we want Maki to be basically the same level as us so that we can avoid all the encounters. And if she's a high enough level, we can equip her with another persona that gives her some much needed survivability boosts. Which it's basically important for the final boss fight. Actually super important for the final boss fight. So you remember, this is the gingerbread house. Remember we made got the true ending in here, remember? You remember the true ending, right? We're on it just now. And the ideal Maki we had in our party, she's further down, so we're gonna go find her. One thing I don't think I spoke about this during this dungeon earlier. We have spinning blocks on this. I'm trying to point my camera in a certain angle, because it always turns you 90 degrees clockwise. I think it's clockwise. It turns you 90 degrees in one direction. So if I face my camera in the right direction, then I don't have to... or I can more efficiently get through them. You can just see our strength is just on another scale, huh? Like, you really can break this game if you know what you're doing. Especially with abusing stuff like this. It's honestly super fun. That one's full of invisible one-way blocks, so we have to walk in a very specific pattern so we don't walk into the one-ways. I'll double check my level, make sure. We should be a high enough level. Yeah, we're 53 and 53, which is basically perfect. So here's Maki. In the time she left us and got here, she for some reason installed a metal plate on her face. Like, that's got screws. That looks like screws or like bolts. So I don't really want to know what the implication is, but like, it's kind of messed up, you know? But we talk some sense into her, and it just falls off. It just disappears. So, the benefit of Maki joining our party, rejoining our party, because she did, for all intents and purposes, leave the party, is she joins the party at the main character's level. Which is why we wanted to check to make sure we were at least level 53. So Maki is now also level 53. See, look at all that free grinding. We didn't even have to do anything for it. How convenient is that? So now we are doing our last shopping trip of the Sebeck run. I was gonna say the entire run, but that is very much not the entire run. We got some shopping to do for the old Snow Queens. First things first, we're gonna sell basically everything. All of our equipment gets sold. All of our stones, our incense, and everything that isn't an Agidine stone. Because we want as much money as possible. 1,000,000 yen. That's pretty good. We buy a Sturm set, basically the best female set you can buy. And then we optimize Maki so that she has all that stuff equipped. We're going to take a trip to the Velvet Room. We're going to do one last fusion. We're gonna do a zombie girl cop for, or zombie girl and a Yukoback for Loki. Loki is just got really good survivability on him, and he learns the skill Wulvan, which is gonna be helpful for the final boss. So we're gonna equip that on Maki. Hence why I want to be at least 51 so that she can get that equipped. Then we're gonna head into this vendor here. And we are gonna buy Agidine stone so that we've got at least 14. So we buy 13 Agidine stones, and then we buy as many, and by as many I mean 37 magical guards. Which, I'ma be honest, 37 is not a lot, and I don't think I can really buy much more. I can't really buy much more. We're gonna save the game as well. And now we're gonna head to the next dungeon. We're gonna equip the clean salts. It will ward off a couple of encounters. Not very many encounters, but a couple of them. As you can see, we're still getting encounters because, as I said, Astoma works on a average party level. But this next dungeon, only the main character and Maki are going to be in our party, so which obviously increases our party average. This dungeon is also the dungeon where we would get our ultimate personas if we wanted to. We're not going to grab our ultimate personas. We don't need them. They're too slow. And I don't think we're high enough level to use them anyway.
The Elia cavern behind this shrine leads to the sea of all mankind's souls. All souls are born there, and someday return there. Maki Sanomura's soul is about to return to that sea right now. It calls for you. and for her ideal self. Now go. Only those who have been called may enter that cavern. Work together to help the lost soul.
I think Philemon explained that pretty well. We're basically going to go and save the soul of the ideal Maki in the Sea of Souls. I locked myself out of getting all of them. I can get, I think, all except one, so I get 4 of them, I think. Because there's a few choices that you make throughout the game, and I believe each one gives you a ultimate persona, if I remember rightly. It's something to that effect. But yeah, we're gonna go and save the real Maki Sonomura's soul from the Sea of Souls. Sounds very noble, right? And of course Maki has to be there, because it's her soul after all. And then we get, or she calls out to us as well, which is why we're tagging along. We are close to the end of the dungeon, so it's a shame we're not gonna get to the end with the Estoma still active, but going through most of the dungeon with Estoma is better than going through it with no Estoma. Look at all these souls! You can tell this is the Sea of Souls. And look, it's the real Maki. And she gives us the final compact. And the final compact, with that, we now unlock the final dungeon of the Sebeck route. We still have a whole second half of a game to play through. So in case you thought this was the end, you're sorely mistaken. That's why we have another, like, 3 hours left on the estimate. We are definitely going underneath that 3 hours, so we don't need another 3 hours. Anyway, final dungeon time! Woo! Everyone get excited for the final Sebeck dungeon. It's also the longest dungeon in the game, by far. Alright, and with that, we are now in the final dungeon. As I said, this one's really long. But it's the final dungeon, so it kind of makes sense, right? We'll also, because we're gonna get plenty of encounters here, we're gonna take time. We're gonna have Maki cast a couple of skills so she can learn Wolvan. Not against this though. No. Wolvan gives a character beast status, and beast status buffs your stats depending on the moon phase. We aim to get to the final boss room. It's like 7, 8, or full moon. And it gives us, like, I think it's like a 40% or a 50% buff to our stats. Which helps with the final boss a lot. Oh, Mark got some XP. So, I mentioned beast status. You're probably wondering, what the hell is beast status? So this game has a lot of status of ailments that are almost exclusive to this game. There's too many, and some of them are super niche. If you go to the Megaten wiki, I know I hate to mention the fandom Megaten wiki, but it does have a list of all the status ailments in the game. And there are some weird status ailments. Like you saw earlier, guilty, you saw unlucky earlier, I talked about beast. Like, this game has some... If you want to have an interesting look through status ailments in Persona 1, there's a lot of them. Yeah, happy is a status ailment. There's poison, there's sick, there's shock, there's paralysis, there's stone, there's mute, confusion. There's a status ailment called counter. It's technically treated as a status ailment. And what does counter do? If the character with counter gets hit with a physical attack, they counter. It is silly. And yes, this game has a billion different status ailments as well. Like, every physical attack and every firearm attack are all classified as different elements, basically. Like, this game is just silly when it comes to status ailments. It's funny. A lot of them are also hyper niche. Like, a lot of them are triggered by, like, one skill. And some of the since we're talking about physical ailments, actually, some of the physical ailments, or some of the physical elements, sorry, are completely redundant. They just exist for the sake of existing. Like, I think a demon can technically be weak to shotguns, but not weak to rifles? Or something silly like that. Like, I don't know what the difference between a shotgun and a submachine gun is. But, like, you know, they both fire... You know, they both shoot... I also, honestly, one of the funnier things, since we're on the topic of status ailment, or elements, sorry, you can tell it's getting late, right? about elements in this game is, for those that have played both a Persona game and a SMT game, you'll know that they cannot agree on what the 4 main elements should be. They agree on Agi, they agree on Bufu, and they agree on Zio. But they never agree on... they've never been able to agree on should they use Zan or Garu. So wind or whatever Zan is. I don't remember what they call Zan. I think Force. In this game, you get both. You get Garu and Zan. Oh, shout out to my phone battery for getting to 10%. I heard that sound effect and I got really confused for a moment. But my phone's not on silent. Yeah, okay. I forgot. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Yeah, there is like a couple of skills that technically are no element, but they also don't do anything. Like there's an item in the game, like a tablet, that its effect is question mark. I don't actually know what it does. I have never figured out what it does. Because in battle, it doesn't seem to do anything. Like, this game is very much a byproduct of like early 90s game design, where a lot of stuff just does not make any sense. I don't think that was ever meant to, though. Like, it's part of the era of poorly explained game mechanics as well, so... also, last save point alert! This is the last save point in the entire Sebeck route. Yeah, but honestly, this game could like really benefit from like a YouTuber that knows what they're talking about in this game. To just sit down and explain everything, every little, you know, detail. Because this game has a lot that is not explained and is not very well understood. I learned my lesson this time. Remember, we don't Mabufu these ones. They repel. They hurt. I wish we had a stoma. Unfortunately, Estoma is party average level, and my party members are all level, like, 20. Oh, look, we're basically... Remember we were talking about hitting the max, max health? We basically are. I think we're at 998 is our max health. Which is, might as well be 999, right? There it is, it's 999 health, woo! Also, real quick, this has got a lot of damage floors. So minor photosensitivity, seizure warning. The screen is gonna flash a lot. Because of the damage floors. I will tell you when we get, like, we're on the last floor now, so we're coming up to the boss very soon. So I'll let you know when it's safe to look at the screen again if you're a bit photosensitive. You know, once we stop getting encounters, at least, right?
Seriously?
Oh. I love seeing big damage numbers. It's just something good for the soul, you know?
No joke? Eat this. Seriously? Eat this. Eat this. Eat this.
I don't know why they bother putting in damage floors, honestly. They don't serve any purpose. They're just kind of annoying. What, we're one step away from the door. Yeah, okay. So I think we're on 7-8, which is a good moon phase. Yeah, I'm gonna heal everyone up first. We do want them to serve as human meat shields. And final boss time! Woo! Final boss! This is Pandora, basically an amalgamation. This is also, believe it or not, a form of Maki. It's like a weird, messed up form, huh? So this fight has two forms. Phase 1, really straightforward. We're not going to talk much about Phase 1. Doesn't really matter. Only thing we're going to do, I'm going to use Agidine Stone. Maki's going to cast Wolvan on the main character. And then she's going to cast it on herself. We want to keep 10 Agidine Stones for the second phase of this fight. So we use 2 more, and then we just use our machine gun for the last few. But yeah, isn't this is a banger of a theme though, isn't it? So while we're in beast status, if I remember rightly, our stats are now overclocked. So our stats actually are more than 100 now. Like, so we have like 140 agility or something now. This is the final boss. She's got 2 forms, pink hair and blue hair. In pink hair, we spam magical guards until she changes blue hair. When she's blue hair, we nuke her with the rest of our Agidine Stones. This is like the very RNG heavy because she can just change whenever she feels like it. Sometimes she likes to stick in red hair color for a long ass time, and sometimes she just changes all the time. So while she's pink hair, we just magical guard. In pink haired mode, she has this skill here, Butterfly Storm. This skill is very terrifying. If it hits, it has the opportunity to wipe, because it does a lot of damage and I believe can inflict status ailments, including stone. So we do not want to get hit by Butterfly Storm at all. Now while she's in blue hair, she also has the skill Symphony of Lament, which is also not great because it inflicts guilt. As you see, where main character is now guilty. Unfortunately, it overwrites beast status, but we can kind of overwrite that by making him beast again. We just overwrite it, which is funny. Because we kind of don't care. But, yeah, we don't want to get hit by Symphony of Lament either. That skill kind of sucks to get hit by. Because if we're guilty, we can't do any offensive actions while we're guilty. Like right now, Nanjo's still guilty, by the way. He has not worn out yet. Which is why we turn beast. This is why we go beast mode again. We're doing good. We usually kill her in about 7 to 8 Agidine Stones. So we're actually doing pretty good. This is actually a really good Pandora fight so far. Like she's cooperating actually really well. Like really well. Like at this point she's almost dead. Like one more Agidine Stone should kill her. So that should be her dead now. So that's her dead. That is time on Sebeck. Now, we don't have time to go and sit through the game's ending. I'm just going to reset the console. Technically, the Sebeck run, or the Sebeck timing ends when she dies. So we're just going to go straight into Snow Queen now. That was actually, for a Sebeck run, that was really good. Like, that's not far off my PB. That's good. Unfortunately, like, my PB's like 350 or 3 hours 50 or something like that. But that's a really good Sebeck run. I'm actually quite happy with that. It's a shame it's not PB, but like my PB is also pretty good, so. Now we get to do the second half of this run, which is Snow Queen Quest. So you remember that save file we made 3 hours ago? Now we're getting to use it. So we're back pretty much all the way at the start of the game. And we're going to trigger the Snow Queen Quest now. We have a bunch of steps we have to do in the school. Which is what I'm doing now. We're also going to grab some stuff in here. We just want extra money. The Sebeck run, or the Snow Queen Quest, is a lot shorter. My estimate was very generous. My estimate kind of expected... See, Sebeck is one of those things, it can either go really well or it can go really badly. My estimate was very much assuming things were not going to go well. Like, assuming this goes okay, this is probably about 2 hours. Assuming all goes well. The problem is, for reasons you'll see just shortly, things probably won't. So now we've done all the triggers, or all the steps to activate the Snow Queen quest. So now we're just gonna get going. Done all the steps. Now we just open a suspicious looking box. What could possibly go wrong by opening this suspicious looking box? So, basically, the Snow Queen quest is kind of like, I think the closest, thing to describe it would be kind of like one of those stage like myths, kind of like, I guess it's like is it Macbeth is one, you know, where it's kind of like the production's like kind of cursed, or like so the rumor goes, like the folklore, where this mask is supposedly cursed and supposedly kills the lead actor, which is the one that wears the mask. And believe it or not, things go wrong. Wow. And our school's now frozen as well. Now, this run has technically a higher power ceiling, but is a bit sketchier in terms of things going wrong. And I have also not practiced this nearly as much. We're going for the true ending for Snow Queen. The idea was I did the true ending for Sebeck and for Snow Queen. I usually run bad ending for this category. I don't really run true ending, so this bit is kind of more vibes based. So our teacher is now possessed by a mask, and the school's frozen. That is the sort of gist of the lore of the Snow Queen quest. That's like the TLDR. Philemon's also here, though. He's gonna help us. I'm gonna let him do some yapping. I'm gonna have a drink.
A moment, please. You are angry and frustrated, but that will not rescue your teacher. There is only one way to do that. The Demon Mirror. It can remove the source of the mask's curse. However, the Snow Queen has shattered it. The 12 shards are scattered amongst 3 towers. Take this mirror frame with you. Fit the mirror shards you find into it. If you gather enough shards to reflect your teacher, she can be saved. There isn't much time left. I pray for your success.
So he's kind of explained it. The gist is we have this mirror. The mirror is to help us basically free our teacher. We need to get there's 12 mirror shards throughout the Snow Queen quest. In order to unlock the true ending, we need to get a minimum of 8. I believe it is this one we have to go into. First we have to recruit our party members, of course. ISA and Yukino join us by default. We recruit Ellie, she's gonna join us, and then you remember Brown, you just saw him not 5 minutes ago, he's gonna join us as well. Maki and Mark are mandatory for Sebeck, but they are optional, or they're impossible to obtain in this for in Snow Queen quests. And Reggie is also not available here. But yeah, we recruit Brown. Remember, we saw Ellie earlier. She joined us at the hospital. She is also recruitable in Sebeck. But that's if you go into the subway after the police station, which obviously we didn't do because we don't have to. So we skipped out on that one. I mean, when you think about it, Freedom, Maki is the Maki could be the Megami Tensei for Persona 1. Hear me out. Yeah, suddenly Toro, the class sort of the one that gets bullied, right, because he's fat, has suddenly grown a Mara. Don't worry about it. So after that awakening fight, Brown's also gonna join our party. So now we have our party assembled. We have to do some shopping first. I know, we hate shopping, but it's very important we do some shopping. First, unequip everything. Because again, equipment merely serves to slow us down. And then here we just sell everything. We want as much money as possible for this beginning bit. It makes our life a tad easier. And then we also sell the Mabufu Stone. We don't need the Mabufu Stone for this run in particular. Or for this route, we don't need it. Buy 4 Chewing Souls. And that's all we buy here. And then we head to Satomi Tadashi, the store next door. And we buy 10 revival beads. And hopefully, we only need 10 revival beads. This is subtle foreshadowing that may or may not come to haunt us later on in the story. I'm gonna save the game. We will just save over the 3rd save slot for this one, just to mix it up a little bit. You know, we like mixing it up. Now we're gonna take a trip to the casino. So the reason why we saved the game, so in order to do this run, we need to gamble. So we need to get 3,000 coins so that we can buy a Scorching Tablet. Now the Scorching Tablet, you might wonder, what is a Scorching Tablet? It is, it's Megidolayan. That's all it is Megidolayan. So we can use that to teach Megidolayan onto our persona, which we use to do crazy damage. Now, for those that have run this category before, you know this bit sucks. This is entirely RNG. And the game definitely is rigged against you. For sure. So once we win a hand, we get to play various casino games to try and basically double or nothing our bet. We want to try and double or nothing as much as we can double or nothing. I'm gonna just play it, so we're gonna play it safe. I'm gonna cash out. I have a backup in case this doesn't go right. We're gonna try and do it legit. I have lots of time, right? We're very much ahead of my estimate, so I can afford to do this a little bit. Plus, you get to enjoy the vibes, you know? Oh, wow, okay. I really screwed myself over there. So we can play once we win a hand, we can play a few different games. The one I always play is high and low, because I always find that to be the most consistent. You basically just, they have a card, you pick one that beats it, right? Like, very straightforward. I always pick the first card because I always feel like I have the best success with the first card. Even though this game is absolutely rigged. 100% rigged. I'm very familiar with this casino. If anyone has played this game for retro achievements, you are very familiar with this casino. Because you have to basically win the best poker hand for an achievement, so you need, I think it's a 5 of a kind or a royal flush for a retro achievement, mathematically, super low odds. So I've been in this casino for a long time trying to get it. I did get it. I have mastered this game on retro achievements. But like, this was easily the bit that took the longest. Was sitting here in the casino. Like, I played it on like 300% speed as well. And I wish there was a secret. The secret is there is no secret. So we just have to try and get a good hand, which, like, you know, mathematically isn't very likely. This is a huge reset point for Snow Queen quest runs, simply because of the RNG needed for this. Because it does feel like the game conspires against you. Truthfully, I have no idea how the casino luck works in this game. I don't know how it's influenced, if it can be influenced. It's possible, but if I remember rightly, I was, when I was doing the retro achievements, I was on a save file with 99 luck, and it still took me a while. So here I'm just trying to pick like pairs and, you know, flushes and stuff. If I don't pick anything to keep, I'm just kind of hoping I'll get something good. And just kind of, you know, praying. Yeah. So sometimes you just can't win. It's like a real casino. You ever wondered what a casino felt like? Try and beat or master the retro achievement set for this game. Then you'll know what a casino feels like, and you'll hate it. I could think of worse things to do at 4:12 a.m., you know, on a Saturday. I mean, gamble in a fake casino. And yeah, we like jokers, because jokers just act as any card, right? So we can, like, fill out, you know, free 2 pairs and such with jokers. Not to be confused with Joker Persona 5, right? That's a different Joker. Or Joker Persona 2, that's also true. You have Joker Persona 5 and Joker Persona 2, which is not to be confused with Joker Casino. Or, also not to be confused with Joker from Persona 5 The Phantom X. Yeah, we don't talk about Joker from Persona 2 because Joker from Persona 2 could mean like 7 different things. Oh, flush. I can't wait to immediately flush this one down the toilet. Okay, I don't know how much patience everyone else has, but eventually we will get to the backup point, and I just want you guys to roll with it. I think we're just look. Like, there's only so many times I can do this before I get sick and tired of it. We need 3,000 coins, and I'm at 1145. Of course, if you get really lucky, you could be done in like 2 minutes. As you can see, that is not today. Let's try big and small. We'll try another one, shall we? So this is basically, we have to guess, you know, if the card is bigger or smaller. Right? Really straightforward. Now, that game, right? That game is actually genuinely rigged, right? So, I have a question for you guys, right? And I hope you'll be able to answer it for me. In a game where you have to guess if the card is bigger or smaller than the one you have, what do you think happens if it's the same card? So, like, say this 10, what if the card hidden is another 10? What is the answer? Right? Because it is neither higher or lower. Right? You would think, like in the other game we were playing, if I pick the same card that's on top, we push and we do it again, right? We just simply re-roll. In here, if it's the same card, you lose because your guess, you guess high or lower, and the same card is not high or low, so you lose. It is I don't know how to phrase this. It is a bunch of... Let me just use my Britishisms, right? It's a bunch of rubbish. I just hope you can fill in the blank. If we win one more, we're done. Alright, we're out of here. We actually did it without me using my backup. Let's go. I don't want to know how long that took me. So we buy that scorching tablet, and then we head to the Velvet Room on a new moon, which we just missed. We just missed the new moon. So we're gonna have to sit in Moon Cycle again. I hope you like the crunchy ice sound effects. Hey, welcome, it's Igor again. Isn't that crazy? So remember that fusion we did earlier of a pixie, but instead of giving it a Mabufu stone, we're giving it a scorching tablet, which teaches Pixie Megidoleon. So if you thought we were doing, you know, big damage numbers before, well, we're gonna do big damage numbers more. And we'll just save again, just to be on the safe side. Now, if I need to remember which one's which. I don't actually remember which one is which. Hypnos, yes. Okay, so we have 3 towers we have to conquer. We've got Hypnos, we've got Nemesis, and Thanatos Tower. We do Hypnos first because it's the easiest one. You can do them in any order. You are not restricted. Did I equip the persona? I don't remember if I did. I did not. I am so glad I saved the game. I don't know why. I just forgot to equip it. That would be very helpful if we equipped the persona we just fused. That's kind of the point. But yes, if you thought that the Sebeck Pixie was an Uber Pixie, this is an Uber Pixie. Like Uber in bold italics. Right, so the dungeon crawling is more or less the same as it was. Except this time, we have a time limit now on the dungeon. We have to beat this dungeon in 3 hours. Real time. So, needless to say, we're not gonna worry about the time limit for this dungeon. Unsurprisingly. Hey, Pixie learned Megidoleon. That doesn't sound right. Now, to clarify, this 3 hour time limit only applies in the dungeon. So like while you're dungeon crawling, while you're in the menu, when you're in battle, when the game is paused, the timer does not increment. So 3 hours is more like infinite hours. You actively have to go out of your way to hit the time limit. We are basically doing the same trick we did in Sebeck. We are going to do 1 latent resurrection, because 1 is all we need. We just have to, you know, get Pixie to max. So we're gonna sit here a little while. Thank you, phone, for making a noise. Right in front of the microphone as well. Yes, hello, my phone that's on 9% battery. Cause, see, I made the mistake, among many other things. Running, like, I'm not gonna say running at this time slot was a mistake, considering how well this run has gone. Maybe it's got something to do with the fact that I started running at 1 in the morning. But I also was working last night until 10 p.m. So like 3 hours before the start of my run, I was finished a 7-hour shift at work. So, and I've been awake since 9 a.m., I think. So like, I'm very impressed that I am in the state I am right now. I expect it to be a lot worse. Like, I was expecting to be, like, delirious or something at this point, but I'm actually super locked in and, you know, cognizant. Maybe I'm getting buffed by playing at, you know, 4 in the morning. 4:30 in the morning, actually. Look, if nobody got me, I know Persona 1 for the PSP got me. Can I get an amen? So she's almost out of SP, which is good. Which means we can, you know, which means we're almost there. So she'll cast one more, and then, just so the audience can witness how much power we're already at, and we're not even finished yet. Let's see how much damage Meggy Delayan does to these people. There you go. 1100 damage against some zombies and pixies. All our chewing souls. I'm gonna get her to Diaz as well, just so we're all full. Like, we don't need the full SP bar. No, I want Yukino in the middle. I'm just setting her up so that she can, you know, die. You know, in a nice way, die for us. You know, for the latent resurrection. There is a velvet room on this floor, so we're just gonna chill outside the velvet room until she dies and latent resurrects. I suppose, you know, if anyone has any questions, ask. I'll gladly answer some. Like, ask me anything, and I'll answer. Favorite party member in P1? It has to be Mark, right? I think for obviously in terms of the speedrun, it has to be Maki, right? But Mark just dances crazy. I rest my case. How many monkeys does it take to make a chocolate cake? At least one. If you ask me, how many more than one? 4. Okay, so we hit max rank. Now she just has to die. I don't think she's going to die to this, though. I don't think they do enough damage. So let's answer some more questions. If Johnny has 3 apples and Jenny has 2, why can't they just shut up and eat? Because they're part of a math equation. They don't get freedom. They have to quarrel about apples. See, I need like a zombie cop or something. A zombie cop would be really good for this. Why is Snow Queen after Sebeck? Because I determined that I would rather do Sebeck first. I wanted to, well, I do the Sebeck RNG manip for this run because I do Sebeck, so I figured doing Sebeck first made more sense. Because I got the manip, I needed to do the manip, so I got it out of the way. It is also partially harder, yes. That is also a influencing factor. Like, this is a very informal category that I made up for the purposes of submission, because I wanted to submit something that wasn't just Sebeck again. So, I kind of just made up the rules on the spot, really. But the idea is that we do both true endings. It doesn't matter which order you do them in. I simply chose to do Sebeck first. So, count with me, folks. 1 death. 2 deaths. 2 deaths. Let's go. 2 deaths. Alright, now we're gaming. Now we can just blitz through the rest of this, dungeon. I think the manga explains the, how that works. With the way it's implemented in-game, it makes no sense, but I believe the manga does explain it better, or like it ties the two better together more coherently. But yes, from my understanding, the canon in the game at least is that once you complete the Snow Queen quest, you then go for I'm in the wrong room. The Velvet Room's the one after. You go to Sebeck afterwards. But it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. I don't think they ever intended any sort of canon order or like anything to make sense. Because if you think about it, it kind of doesn't. I've not yet read the manga. I've been wanting to. Just because, you know, I like Persona 1. I'd like to read it. I've just not had the opportunity to do so. There are English translations of them all, so I have no excuse. Did I miss any other questions from the audience? I don't think I did. But thank you for your very unique questions. I thought that was fun to answer them. I mentioned earlier that we need to get 8 of 12 shards in order to unlock the true ending. Now, luckily for us, right, we don't actually for the first 2 dungeons, we basically don't have to put in any effort. We get 4 just by doing 2 of the dungeons, and then the last 4 we get from the final tower. So we get 1 from completing Hypnos Tower, 1 from completing the Nemesis Tower. We get 2 from basically doing Hypnos Tower fast, because we're given a choice, and the fastest option is to take that choice even in the bad ending. It gives us 2, but they're technically optional because you can just not pick them up. And then we get 3 from the final tower, and then the final shard by completing Nemesis Tower or Thanatos Tower. which gives us 8. If we got all 12, we would get a bonus, like, armor set, basically, like an ultimate armor set. But we don't need the ultimate armor set, so we're not gonna bother. This is actually that negotiation there. There are a few negotiations in this game that can be skipped entirely simply by chatting to a demon with a character that has a specific persona equipped. So, for example, there, speaking to the angel with Ellie while she's got her starter persona Nike equipped, triggers a unique negotiation there. It basically completely skips the negotiation. Which is a fun little tidbit. I don't know all of them, if I'm being honest, because the only one that ever comes up is that one for the speedrun, but it's, you know, neat. You might have also noticed how much damage, the observant among you might have noticed the kind of damage numbers we were just doing there. You know, 4,000 I saw on one of them. So, as safe to say, the power level, while this is a shorter run than Sebeck, we have a higher power level. Now, I'm sure one of yous has probably thought to yourself, why don't you do the same thing for Sebeck then? Because clearly the power level of Megidolayan versus Mabufu is a lot higher, so why don't you do that? And honestly, good question. I would love to. Honestly, it would be so much faster if we could Megidolayan everything. The problem with that is we unlock Megidolayan way too late in the game. Megidolayan gets unlocked for purchase at the... I think it's also the casino, but it's only available in the casino's inventory in Sebeck when you get to Deva Yuga, which, you know, is when we fight Kandari, which is really late into the game. It's too late for us to take any real advantage of, unfortunately. Like the Snow Queen vendors give us better gear than we do get at this point of the game in Sebeck. So it's a case of like Mabufu is the strongest thing we can get early enough in the game for it to make a noticeable difference. But it's also why you see a sort of for Pandora we upgraded to the Agidine stones. Because the Agidine stones just do more damage. Anyway, we made it to the end of Hypnos Tower. So now we get to fight the boss, Hypnos. Who would have thought that the tower was named after the boss? Or the boss is named after the tower. This one, Megidolayan. Say no more. You know. He's dead. Again, we do the same with our stat alignment here. Agi. It's all agility. We love agility in this house. Hypnos tried his best, but it just doesn't work. Yes, the latent resurrection is basically saved onto that copy of the persona. So if we fused another one, it would be stock. And it's just not worth the time resetting it up. You would lose too much time. So now, we just go straight into the second one. So we have our first mirror shard, 1 of 8. And then we just go straight into the Nemesis Tower. So the gimmick with this dungeon, or this tower, it does not have a time limit. Instead, the longer you take, the more of the dungeon you get to explore. I think it's every hour interval unlocks another floor of the dungeon, basically. So the faster you, the boss gets harder the longer you take. So obviously, the faster you beat the dungeon, the easier the boss is. Which is good for us, because we don't really care. You know, about waiting like 3 hours to unlock the hardest version of the boss. This is also, for those that have played retro achievements for this game as well, I as someone that's mastered this retro achievement set, I feel the need to mention it every chance I get. There's an achievement for beating the hardest version of this boss. They do just expect you to sit here for like 2 hours. Thankfully, the fast forward option exists, so you can just artificially, you know, you can just sit there for like 20 minutes instead of 3 hours. Because sitting there for almost 3 real-life hours, when this dungeon is really not that long, is boring. I don't have time for that, you know? So, in here, we're given the choice of taking either the left or the right exit. The right exit contains a secret on how to defeat the boss easily, but it doesn't let us rescue our friends that are being tortured in the torture chamber. So if we take the left exit, then we get to save our friends, and that gets us 2 mirror shards, which we kind of need if we want to, you know, get the true ending. You see me constantly changing the camera so that I'm always facing north on the compass. The maps I have that I use for reference are all north facing. So it just helps me with orientation if I constantly have the map, the camera pointed to the north. It's just for my reference, so I know where I'm going. It's not like there's no, you know, real explanation other than it makes me navigate easier. And yeah, because I can navigate at full speed, regardless of what direction I'm walking, it doesn't really matter. Like, because I can sprint in either any direction, I can just face north. Like, I am very used to navigating this game entirely, you know, without turning my camera. So I just walk, and then I strafe. Like, for moving around in the dungeon, I pretty much only use up on the D-pad, down on the D-pad, and the bumpers. That's all I use. And I hold down the sprint button the whole time. Like, you only ever see me turn around so that I can open doors. So, because we didn't want to spend 3 hours fighting the waiting to fight the boss at our hardest, here's the boss fight. So this is the easiest version of Nemesis. If you fight Nemesis at its hardest form, I believe it gains a lot more health and it learns a lot, or like it has stronger moves. But we're fighting it at its weakest form, so it's dead now. Oh, 69, nice. Yeah, the bosses aren't weak to nuclear, so unfortunately we don't do weak damage, which is like, you know, 2x or something. So that is Mirror Shard number 2. Which means we need 6 more. Also, yes, someone mentioned it earlier. Here's Raiho and Reiho, 2 Jack Frosts. They're two he homies, you know. So now we're gonna enter Thanatos Tower, which is the 3rd one. Now, the gimmick of this, each one had a gimmick, right? No, Megidolayan is nuclear. It's a heavy nuclear in this game. All the Megiddo skills are nuclear class in this game. So the gimmick of this dungeon is party members, if they die, their persona gets sealed away in. They get sealed away in Tartarus, and if we want to go and get them back, we have to venture all the way to Tartarus and gain our personas back. If we were doing bad ending, we normally don't have to go to Tartarus, but we need to get 2 mirror shards that are in Tartarus. So we have to take a trip to Tartarus. Not to be confused with Tartarus from Persona 3. That's a different Tartarus. But technically, this is the 3rd out of 4 dungeons. There's not actually, this is, as you can imagine, based on that assumption, this is a lot shorter than Sebeck is. If you're wondering, why do I still have like 2 hours left on the estimate? That's because I have a very generous estimate. The estimate kind of assumed that Sebeck would be closer to 4 hours because of shenanigans, Sebeck shenanigans, and that this was going to be more like 2. Instead, I had a really good Sebeck, so... The casino did take a lot longer than... If I was doing like an actual attempt for a good time, I would have reset in the casino, because that's a really slow casino. Yeah, because like, I mean, the last time I did this run for a showcase, I think I had an estimate of 3:30 for Sebeck, and I finished at 3:45. Because things just went wrong. Which sometimes happens. Sometimes things just go wrong. Anyway, here is, we're just... Normally we would continue onwards to the north of this floor, but first we have to take a detour to Tartarus. And look, there's a dog! What the dog doing? He's gonna let us in though, because the dog's cool. He's gonna let us into Tartarus. So if we wanted to, we could go and get Yukino's persona, because blowing out that candle at the entrance sealed away Yukino's persona. So it's currently here in Tartarus. So we could go and get it if we want to, but we don't need to, so I'm not gonna. Instead, I'm just gonna get the mirror shards that we came for. Because that's what I'm really here for. I got my priorities straight, you know, what can I say? There's 4 mirror shards we can get in here. I believe I've routed the fastest ones to grab, but I'm not actually entirely sure about that. I just kind of looked at the map and was like, yeah, these are probably the fastest ones to grab. And just kind of didn't think much about it. And it should be in the skull box. Yeah, there you go. Seal it number 3. Wow. We don't have a firearm, so there's no... Technically, there's no real need to be putting points into dexterity, but I have maxed out my agility, so there's no point in putting it into agility anymore. And all the other stats don't do anything for us, so... If I have spare money, I could consider buying a firearm. It depends on how much money I have, though. I don't know how much money I have. I have not... like, this is all vibes. If you grab all 12 mirror shards, you do get a bonus armor set in the final dungeon, but that's not... It doesn't have a big impact, so... So we only really need the 8 minimum for the true ending. Like, the getting all 12 is not really worthwhile. Anyway, that's 4. We still have 2 that we have yet to claim from completing Nemesis Tower. We get that one in the cafeteria at the end. And then there's one we grab by beating this dungeon, and then there's another one we grab by making an optional choice in later on in this dungeon. And that'll be the 8 we need. So we can just, you know, retrace our steps and get out of Tartarus. What am I doing? Anyway, now we've had our scheduled detour into Tartarus. Now we can continue. So we're gonna take the second store here. There's 2 stores here. The second one's the armor store. So we're gonna buy some armor. We'll see how much money I have afterwards, and we'll see what firearms are in the store. I'm not actually sure what weapons are available. So we want to buy 2 full yacht sets. We have 253k. I think we can do that. I don't know if I have money for much else, actually. We barely have enough to complete the act set, so... if I sell everything, actually... That gives us a bit more money. But then I need money for the end game as well, so... See, this is the vibes-based bit, so I've not routed this in at all. I don't actually know if they sell the Avenger. They sell the Avenger with circle bullets. I'll buy it for safety, yeah. I like safety. So equip on that, and then equip on Brown. So you're wondering, you're probably wondering to yourself, why did you buy 2 armor sets, and why did you equip one of them on Brown? Well, for safety, at the very least, I'm not sure if it's considered fast or optimal, but at the very least, for the sake of safety, we equip Brown with a persona and some like a support persona. So remember Phaleg that we used as our Estoma bot, or not our Estoma bot, our Triesto bot in Sebeck. Well, as I said, he does learn Tarunda, and he is good as a support persona. We're gonna use him as like a heal bot. Brown gonna be used as a heal bot basically for the final boss. So we're gonna set up Phaleg with, instead of Triesto, Phaleg's gonna learn Medea Rahan. So we have good healing, because the final boss can do a number on us damage-wise, so it's probably a good investment for, like, marathon safety's sake at least, investing in survivability a little bit. So that is what we shall do. I need to update my form though. I want Brown in front, so that he can actually use Twin Slash, so that he can learn Megidolayan, or not, Medirahan, rather. Like in all other Megaten games, Medirahan is the best healing spell in the game. It's just full heal for everyone. God, the dry throat's kicking in again. God. Make sure to hydrate, folks, if you haven't drunk some water in a while. You should do that now. Maybe even get up and stretch a little bit. Yeah, as we go through the dungeon, I'm gonna give my voice a tiny bit of a break. I think I deserve it. But you've been sat at your desk for 13 hours. You really... Freedom, of all people, you should get up and stretch your legs a little bit. Like, I've already done my leg stretching for the day, because I was at work before this run. A few hours before this run. But, yeah. Anyone else that's been sat all day enjoying... You know, SMT4 Apocalypse we had before this. Been enjoying this, and maybe you've been sat down the whole time. Get up and have a quick little stretch, you know. Maybe walk around the walk around your room or something. Maybe get up and pee, you know. Maybe you've been holding the need to pee for a while. So in this room here is where we get our next mirror shard. We've got two choices of a chest to open. If we open the left one, we'll get a mirror shard. We get the right one, which I guess is the wrong one. We seal ISA's persona, which obviously is not great. Especially because it's not a mirror shard. We want mirror shard. So you might have noticed that there's like all these towers have had a different girl in them. These girls are all people that played the Snow Queen or whatever in the stage play that the Cursed Mask is related to, and all died because of it. And we're basically setting their souls free by doing this. So we're actually doing them a favor, I guess, right? And obviously we don't want our teacher to suffer the same fate, which is why we're trying so hard to rescue our teacher. And here's the boss door right ahead of us. This is, out of the 3 towers, this is the boss that is technically the hardest, because it has the most health. But at the same time, it's also just kind of a pushover. To prove that, right, my body's decided I should pee again. I'm gonna let this boss fight play itself out. Once it gets started, of course. The enemies that we negotiate with are the ones that we specifically cannot one-shot. Anyway, enjoy the game playing itself. R.I.P. Damn, that was so hard, huh? I didn't think I was gonna make it out alive. It would have been very funny if in my hubris I was like, yeah, this fight will, you know, play itself. I could just go and pee while I'm doing it, and I come back and I'm dead. It'll happen one day. But with that, we have now completed all 3 towers, and we have gotten our 6th mirror shard. Now, if we went to go back to our doctor, then there is a chance, or we get the bad ending. But because we have all the mirror shards we could ever need, we're good. So first we want to go to the cafeteria, and we're gonna speak to Taro, and he gives us our 7th and 8th mirror shard. So we get 2 cutscenes. And if we check, we have 8 mirror shards, so we're good to go. We're going to the store. We're gonna just sell everything we don't need, which is all this stuff, so not much. Yeah, we just sell all the stones as well. We don't need them. We do just Meggy delay in gaming, this one. So we want to buy a half moon tablet. which will teach Megidolayan. We want to make sure we have at least 5 of each dis item, just in case, as a safety thing. And then the rest of our money goes into Balms of Life, which is just revival beads, but they revive you fully. And then quick trip to the old Velvet Room. And we create flag with a Mr. Zombie Praeta. We give it the Half Moon tablet so that it learns Medea Rahan. Because it has Medea Rama, but Medea Rahan's even better. And then we give it to Brown. We'll save the game. And now we'll go and fight Lady Masquerade, which is what they call our teacher with the ice mask on. So we use the mirror with our 8 shards, and it works. And now we just get to fight a mask. Just a big mask. So we make a Dylan, and we want Brown to twin slash so that he learns Megidolayan. A whopping 4 damage. And now he's basically just a heal bot. We don't strictly need to have him as a heal bot, but it's more just for our safety. Yeah, this boss is a bit beefy, so for once we actually kind of have to hammer away at them. We don't just one-shot them, you know. But, you know, they don't know any insta-kills, so that's always reassuring, right? You can get panicked, but, you know, could be worse. Just means he punches us a little bit, you know? It's fine. Now he's paralyzed, but it's fine, I think. She should die soon enough, yeah. Then it's fine. Damn, look at all that XP we got. And Brown got some as well, because he's actually... See, this is part of that, like, that effort sort of XP sharing I was mentioning, where Brown got, because he was constantly healing with Dia Rahan, he got a bunch more XP than Ellie did, who just sat there and didn't die. So we're getting some backstory. I'm gonna be honest, I don't actually know much about the Snow Queen quest lore, right? Apart from the initial bit with like, oh, the mask's cursed and whatever, right? And it just unlocks the final dungeon for us. So, despite the fact that we defeated the mask, we didn't lift the freezing curse. And now we have to fight the Night Queen, who's like the real, you know, ruler of the frozen St. Hermelin, I guess. So now we've unlocked the upper ice castle. We're in the ice castle. It's basically what they call frozen St. Hermelin. I forget which. I think it's this room. I don't remember. Yeah, it's this room. We speak to Nanjo. He's gonna give us a Furba dagger, which is just a weapon to equip. So I think it gives us some stats. So, which is always nice, right? Now, this dungeon, okay? This is a fun dungeon. It is long and complicated, and I made a map for this about an hour before, or I annotated a map for this about an hour before we started. This room, or this floor, has a bunch of one-way blocks. It's like a big grid filled with one-ways. So this one's, you know, not too bad. Like, the first couple of floors are fine. It's when we get to floor 5, so 5F, is when this gets a little ridiculous. If you've played Snow Queen Quest before, and you've done this dungeon before, you'll be very familiar with the stair puzzle. I wish I wasn't familiar with the stair puzzle. But here we are. Remember these ice dragons we couldn't kill in Sebeck with magic? We had to shoot them. Now we can just kill them because they're not weak to nuclear, or they're not resistant to nuclear, rather. Oh damn, we actually didn't one-shot them. For once, I'm surprised. It's like, I think the first random encounter we haven't one-shot yet. It just shows you how powerful we are, though, huh? They're getting stronger. Yeah, so this dungeon's not just got stairs, we do have some warp rooms, effectively, where our he-homies, if I remember rightly, it's the he-homies. Yeah, the he-homies are gonna hook us up with teleports. And we get to be Reiho's friend, which is cute, isn't it? We get to be friends with the he-homies. There's supposed to be an item in here, but I actually don't remember where it is. There it is. It's in, yeah. Now, this room, okay, bear with me, because the map for this room makes no sense. You're just gonna have to bear with me as I try and navigate my shoddily thrown together map. Yes, Raiho, the Raiho Kuzunoha of the Kuzunoha clan. Yeah, this, for those of you that have played this, you're probably familiar with this puzzle being really, confusing. And that's probably putting it politely. I'm like, annotated a map for this and I got confused building it. Why is he angry? That's not good. It's a good thing I bought a gun. And I have to reorient myself. Where was I? I think I know where I was. Oh, why did that not? Why didn't that do the thing? I wonder. Now everyone's dead. Wait, where am I? Oh no, okay, I found it. There are a couple of characters that cameo from SMT if in this game. You might have seen them when we were in the fencing club very briefly. Oh. Okay, there we go. We did it. We completed this puzzle. This the most awkward, confusing puzzle. So I'm glad to know my map wasn't all terrible. Hey, those are masked people that look kinda similar. They look familiar, huh? I've never seen them before, though. This floor, really straightforward. For the, Again, for the people with photosensitivity, we're on damage floors, so the screen's gonna flash a very tiny amount. Really obnoxiously flashing because we were also getting poisoned. And now we're just all poisoned, which is great. Oh god, I have to readjust myself. God, I say this in the nicest possible way. I kind of hope my party members die so that they stop being poisoned. Except Brown's just gonna keep healing them. So I don't know about that one. That was probably not a great idea, but it's fine. I have Dispoison, so if we get to the end, I can just cure them. But we're getting close. We are finishing quite under the schedule. As I said, entirely vibes based, the estimate. I don't know how long the final boss is going to take, by the way. I have not timed any of this. So this really is vibes based. But we're on the, you know, the final boss is in this room, so. Oh. Damn, okay. Negotiation just didn't work. Sometimes it does that. Sometimes the negotiation just doesn't work. He'll be ready. I hope Molsky's ready for Igus Gaming. But again, I don't know how long the boss takes to die, and officially, timing for Snow Queen Quest ends on the final dialogue box. I admittedly don't know what the final text box looks like. So I have a rough idea what it'll look like, but I don't know exactly when it's gonna be. Because I'm just using the official timing method, right, for both categories, which was Sebeck is when Pandora dies, and Snow Queen Quest is on the final text box, because why have consistency, right? Anyway, here's Queen Azura, the final boss. This one's actually a tiny bit more involved than all the other boss fights, just because this is kind of a long fight. Main character, just Meggy Delayans. Maki, or not Maki, Brown is our heal bot. And Ellie is item support. So as you can see, we kind of don't do a whole lot of damage. Or sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. So I'm not entirely sure how this boss fight works. It might be kinda like Pandora with the two phases or the two forms. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. All I know is it's nowhere near as obnoxious as oh my god. That's why we bought all those bombs of life. Yeah, so I think this boss has different forms as well. Oh, yeah, okay. Just do it again, sure. This is why we bought 56 bombs of life. And it's a good thing Ellie and Brown are just not getting hit, you know? How convenient. The main character is using SP, it's just Pixie costs 2 SP. So his skills are all basically free. Why am I not being healed? I'm not... Okay. I could have sworn I wasn't getting healed, but that might have just been because I was at full health already. Also, new boss theme, you know? I saved at the just before entering this dungeon, so not that far behind. There is a save point on the damage floor. I forgot it was there. Once we picked up, the reason why we picked up those somas is so we can basically replenish all of Brown's SP so he can keep heal botting us. So for what it's worth, having the heal bot is actually not a safety strat, it's a strat. Just a strat. I don't like that he's terrified, though. I think I will Soma. We're getting close anyway, so I might as well Soma. Soma. I think that's what Soma does. I'm not actually entirely sure. But I believe that's what Soma does. I hope I'm not wrong. Admittedly, I've not actually used it. Yeah, it does, okay. It just doesn't visualize it, but it does. We're fine. Oh, fuck. 1,500 damage on the main character, jeez! It's a good thing we bought 57... 57 bombs of life, huh? I actually genuinely didn't think I was gonna need them, but I guess I was kidding myself, huh? Yeah, the description is very misleading. I imagine it must fully heal, fully restore SP, and cure. It just, you know... It's a pre-PSCT Yu-Gi-Oh card. It doesn't explain anything. Oh, he's dead. It's a good thing I bought 57 bombs of life. No, we only game over if the entire party wipes. And she's dead. Nice. So, time is coming up soon. It's coming up on the... It's basically going to transition to like a cutscene. Which it might be... It might be time, actually. I think that came up a lot shorter than I thought it was going to be. I actually don't know what the last text box is. So, let's say time. If not, it might be time in like, you know, 10 seconds or something. I actually don't know. I've never actually done this run before. So, time, technically, I guess. I don't know. Like, technically this might be time now. I actually don't know. But if it is, it's only another, like, minute. I actually don't know what time it is. Like, you know, it could be anything, right? Because it's just the final text box. I don't know what the final text box is. It's one of them. I don't know which one. Well, it sure is one of them. So, let's just roll with it and say that was the final text box. Because maybe it was, right? I don't know if there's a post-credits, because Sebeck doesn't have a post-credits, but, you know. I think for the purposes of this, we'll roll with it, shall we? So, that was Shin Megami Tensei Persona, Sebeck True Ending, and Snow Queen Quest True Ending. I want to say thank you to the RPG Limit Break people for hosting us for our marathon. Thank you to the people working behind the scenes to get this to happen. So, like, you know, Freedom, Scion, and then all the restreamers. Shout out to all the other runners. We've got some cool stuff coming up, which, you know, you should stay tuned for. I hear Aegis, the first mission's pretty cool. I'm going to bed, though, because it is 5:42, and I have not slept since 10 AM on yesterday, so... thank you to everyone for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the run. Thank you for keeping me sane for the last 5 hours, you know, someone had to, right? I don't actually know if there's anything else to shout out, you know, I guess check me out on Twitch, you know, I stream this game occasionally, and I also occasionally stream other Megaton games. Not at this time of day, though, because I'm a European. So I stream to European-friendly time zones. Shout out to the Megaton Speedrun community. You know, you're watching a marathon about us, so, you know, one of us should shout ourselves out, right? I don't know if there's anyone else to shout out. I think if, you know, yeah, I think we're good to go. So, I think I've said everything I want to say. I heard someone said there was a post-credit scene, so I think we'll go through the post-credit scene and then we can cut to intermission, because the credits is just about over anyway. Because we're at the presented by Atlas, it's basically over. So, you know, like another, like, minute, probably. And then, technically, it's the whole full completed run, right? Technically, right? I guess, also, my final shout out, Pascal, for keeping everyone company for the last 5 hours. I forgot to remove him from my scene, and then we just sort of rolled with it. So, you know, he has been here, and he is our GOAT. Yeah, no, there is a post-credit scene, okay. The more you know. I'm guessing this is kind of what connects Snow Queen to Sebeck. So, I guess now that is officially the run over. Officially now, I guess. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. We can cut to intermission now.